Hi everyone. Today we are going to make this full stack Twitter clone. Let me give you a quick demo. So over here, we have our feed in our home page, right? We can see all of the tweets along with their uploaded images. If I click on any of the tweets, it takes me to their own tweet details page where um, I can view all of the replies that this tweet has and also post my own reply over here like this. Awesome. If I click back, it's gonna take me back to my home page, right? And over here, I can also um, like any of the tweets. I can bookmark any tweet. And if I bookmark something, I can go to my bookmarks section over here and it's going to load all of the tweets that I have bookmarked. I also have a profile section over here and it's going to basically load my profile, which includes my profile image, my name, username, all of my tweets and replies. I can even change my profile picture, so I can upload a new one over here and click save. And it's going to update my profile picture and all of my tweets and replies. Um, we can also post our own tweets along with the replies over here from our homepage. Um, and I can upload images inside any tweet or reply. So I'm just going to select something over here and we can see the image that we are about to upload as a preview over here. We can click this button to discard it and go ahead and select a different image as well. And we can click submit and it's going to upload this image along with whatever you have written over here in our new tweet, right? Um, the tweets can also be multi-line, they can have emojis and all of that good stuff. Finally, all of this is authenticated or protected via Google sign-in. So if I click logout over here, it's going to take me back to the login page, and we can't access any of the Twitter app pages without signing in. And you can simply sign in with any Google account. If you sign in for the first time, it's going to create a new account for you and it's going to give you a username and it's going to take your name from your Google account. So this is a full stack clone and we are going to make this using NextJS, React, React inside NextJS and Tailwind CSS for the front end. We are going to use MongoDB as our database and we are going to use Prisma to interact with it. Um, and we're going to be writing all of our code in Typescript. And finally, we are going to be using NextAuth for implementing the sign in with Google functionality and for protecting all of our API routes so that no one can really use the backend APIs for this clone with if they are not a signed in user from our application. All right, let's get into the code. Okay, so we are going to start by creating a new Next.js project and we're going to use the following command. We are going to use TypeScript and keep everything else as the default. The Tailwind flag over here is going to set up Tailwind CSS inside your Next.js project. So over here we can already see the Tailwind config in place, and we also have like all the other um, uh, setup needed to use Tailwind inside our NextJS project ready. So now all I'm going to do is open this project up in my VS Code. Okay, so first up, we are going to run npm run dev, and um, it's going to basically start our application and host it on localhost. So let's check that out. This is the blank project that you get with create next app. Now we are going to basically go into our index page. I'm gonna turn off the terminal, and we're gonna replace all of this, right? So I'm gonna delete everything over here and just write a hello, and we can see um, basically get started with our project over here, right? The first thing I'm going to set up is basically going to be the authentication, right? Because it's going to serve as a base for everything else that we build on top of it. For example, the APIs. So, in order to set up the authentication, we need to do two things. First up, we are going to be using NextAuth, right? And for that, I'm just going to Google the NextAuth documentation. We are going to go into Get Started, and we're going to follow these instructions for the most part, right? So first up, we're going to have to install the NextAuth package. So I'll just go over here, shut this down, install NextAuth, right? It's going to take a second. And next we are going to have to create this file called nextauth.js, and it's going to be placed inside our API folder, right? So make sure you're actually using the exact same file name over here. So I'm just going to go over here and I'll click new file, and it's going to be inside an auth folder inside the API folder, nextauth.js, right? Now that we are over here, I'll just copy paste this code from their example to start with, but we are going to be using something different. So first of all, we are going to be using a Google provider instead of a GitHub provider because we need to log in through Google, and we are going to import this from nextauth slash providers slash Google, right? Now, as you can see over here, we need a couple of environment variables for this to work, right? So first up, I'm going to change this to Google ID, and over here, I'll just write Google secret. And now we need these variables in place. How do you get these variables? I'm just gonna show you in 1 second. So first of all, I'm going to go to the root of the project, create a new file, and we are going to name it .env.local. Right over here, we want our Google ID, right? We also want our Google secret, right? And we are going to fill in all of these values in just a second. We are also going to need a couple other variables. So first of all, we are going to need a JWT secret, and you can add anything over here, but yeah, it should usually be a long random string. For now, I don't really care about the security concerns. I'm just going to write ABCD over here, right? The other thing that you're going to need, and by the way, all of this is not like you can basically find all of this stuff over here, right? Like as we follow these instructions, you're gonna see how we add these variables, but I'll just add them all right away to keep things a little bit quick, right? At the end, you can also see we need to add this next auth URL environment variable, and for now, we are going to just say localhost over here. And I'll save this file. I'll go back to my browser. And over here, what I want you to do is Google Cloud Console, right? This is needed in order to get the Google ID and the Google secret we use to implement the sign in with Google functionality. So we're going to go into um, our cloud, right? And um, you can actually create a new project over here, or you can, if you have like any dummy project over in your Google account, it's going to show up over here. All of these are fine. What I want you to do is go into API and services, right? So you can, by the way, do this with any project, right? Like I'm just going to do it over here because I was already using some Google APIs for some experiments, and we already have like some clients created over here. But what I want you to do is basically go over here. So we need to create a new client ID over here, right? So I'll just click create and I'll select OAuth client ID. Okay, now I want you to go ahead and select a web application over here. You can give it any name. I'm just going to write Twitter clone 2 over here. And now we need to add some URLs. So first of all, you are going to add the local host. So this basically tells Google that this is your web application URL, and we're also going to need a redirect URL, right? So for this, you can basically write localhost 3000, and I believe there's let's actually check over here. So if we search for like callback URL, I'm just going to find it somewhere over here, right? So we have providers, OAuth, um, everything over here. Okay, so over here, if you can see that they tell you how to register your application in the developer portal of your provider. So the developer portal is over here, right? Like this is our developer portal. And what they want you to do is basically, for example, if you're using Google or Twitter or whatever, you're gonna have to enter a callback URL that looks like this, right? So in our case, it's going to basically look something like this with localhost over here. Once you deploy your application, you can change or you can add another callback URL with your like Vercel URL, for example, or whatever you want over here. So I'm just going to copy this, go over here, and paste this, right? So now this is done. I'm going to click create. Great. Now it gives me a client ID over here that we can copy, go back to our environment file, and we can paste it over here. Now it also gives us a client secret, so we can also copy this one over here and paste it over here, and now click save. So now we are all set up from Google's end, right? We can click OK, and you can also view these at a later point in time by just going into this section over here. But for now, we are going to go ahead with like the rest of the steps. So we were over here, right? Like we added basically instead of the GitHub provider, we have in our NextAuth config, we have added the Google provider, right? Now we need a couple other things apart from the providers array. And we are going to just set all of those up in just a sec. The first thing you're going to need is basically our secret, and what we are going to insert in the value is our JWT secret that we declared in our environment variable. What this does is this secret acts as like the encryption key for storing all of the access tokens and session tokens that you're going to receive from Google inside your browser. So you want them to be encrypted before them getting stored inside your cookie. And we're going to use this value as the encryption key, right? Now let's sort of like go back over here and see what else we need to set up. The next thing we're going to need is basically we're going to have to modify the underscore app.jsx file. So I'll just open that up over here. And as you can see, instead of this, what they want us to do is basically import a session provider and wrap our entire application with it. So what I'll do is just that, I'll delete all of this stuff, and we are going to okay, let me just take a second over here. We have this stuff. Okay, this is not a TypeScript example, so we can't directly copy paste it because it messes up the types. So I'm just going to import the session provider over here. And over here, what I want to do is basically, instead of page props, I want to extract out the session object from within the page props, right? And then I want to wrap uh, this app component with the session provider, right? So we're done with this step as well. And now we are going to basically implement the sign in and sign out functionalities. So to create the login page, we are going to go back into our editor, and I'm going to add a new file over here called login.tsx. Right, now over here, what we are going to do is, first of all, I need to export a function. I'm going to call it login. And over here, we're going to keep things simple for now. I'm just going to add a button that says sign in with Google, right? And I'm just going to give it a bare minimum styling. So we're going to give it a width of 100%, the height of the screen. I'm going to center everything over here like this. And we have the sign in button, right? Now, in order for this sign in button to work, we basically need to import this sign in function from NextAuth/React. So we're going to do just that, right? So I'm going to write import sign in from NextAuth.React. And we're going to basically go over here and create the onClick function. We're going to add sign in over here, and over here, as you can see, we can add in some optional parameters that we are going to use. So the first one is called provider. The provider name for Google is just Google over here, right? And we're also going to add another option called um, callback URL, right? And we're going to give it the base URL as the value. What this does is, once you click on sign in and once you're logged in into your Google account, it's going to redirect you back to the home URL. So you're going to get back to index.tsx, right? Like whatever is in there, and you can continue on with your application. So I'm just going to click save over here, and we can go back to our browser and just type in login, right? And for some reason, oh, okay, we forgot to start the server again. So I'm just going to do that, close this out, go back, and now we can see the sign in with Google button. It's completely unstyled because we haven't added anything yet, but we are going to do that later on, right? And now that we have like this in place, we need to do a couple other things, right? First, I'm going to go back to my NextAuth config, and over here, I'm going to add in another parameter, and this one is called pages, right? What pages does is, you can create we're going to create a key value pair called sign-in, and we're going to write log/login over here. What this does is, it tells Next.js that the sign-in functionality is going to happen at the slash login route. And when a user is not logged in, it's gonna help us uh, tell NextAuth to redirect them back to the sign-in page, which is at uh, localhost slash login, right? Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to our NextAuth configuration, and over here we're going to actually we're going to see if the login works, right? So once the login is done, the user will end up over here, and over here, what I want to do is basically add a couple of things. So first one is going to be um, a session object, right? And this comes in from the use session hook that we import from NextAuth slash React package. And over here, I'm just going to add in an extra parameter called required, and I'm going to set it to true. What this does is if the user is not logged in, we are going to basically, it's going to redirect them back to the sign-in page that we set up over here. Now, what I can do over here now is um, we can basically use the status value given provided by the use session hook. So status basically can take in two values over here, right? So it typically takes in three values. One of them is loading, one is authenticated, and the other one is unauthenticated. But because we have added this required equals true inside our use session hook, you will never actually get an unauthenticated as the value of the status. So if the status is loading, that means the user is still being logged in. We can just for now, like we can add a loader over here, but for now I'm just going to create a div and just write loading over here, right? And if not, then the status is basically authenticated and they can actually access like everything inside the Twitter over here. Now let's test if all of this is working. Okay, so I'm going to go back over here, and the first thing I'm going to do is basically go on so I'm not sure if you noticed, it happened really quickly, but basically the moment we went on to our localhost dot 3000 over here, it showed loading for just a brief second, and then it basically realized that I was not logged in. So it redirected me to localhost 3000 slash login, right? Like over here. And now we have like we basically need to sign in with our Google account in order to access the Twitter page. I'm just going to click sign in, and it's as you can see, it gives you the actual Google login page from accounts.google.com, and we can select. I'm just going to select my account over here, and it sends me back to the login page, which is weird, but we're going to fix that in just a second, right? So what I'm going to do is go back to my go back over here, go to my login page, and I'm going to basically just check if everything is set up right over here. So we have the provider, we have the callback URL, right? This is fine. Um, so it should actually send us back over here. Um, let's see if we can actually access. So yeah, we are logged in. It just didn't redirect us back to the home page. Um, and that is something we are going to fix. But for us to test that, I'm just going to add a sign out button over here so that we can test this functionality, right? Now, in order to implement sign out, implementing the sign out button is pretty easy. You can just import the sign out function from NextAuth/React. I'm going to copy this over here, and I'm going to just instead of this Twitter, I'm going to add this button, and I will import the sign out function. Now if I go back, I can see the sign out functionality over here. If I click on sign out, it's going to redirect me back to the login page, right? Now, okay, so now that we are over here, I just want to make sure that I have everything set up over here, right? Like, so we have localhost 3000, we have this over here. I'm just going to go and check if I missed anything at all. Nope, this seems to be working just fine. If I click sign in, it basically logs me in, but it doesn't send me back, which is weird. Okay, let me go back and see what's happening. Oh no, okay. This is a typo over here. So callback URL is supposed to be spelled like this, right? Now if I, let me just clear all of this up, right? Click sign out and now click sign in with Google. So as you can see, it redirects me back to the home page, and we are over here with our sign out button, and this is where our entire Twitter application is going to be sitting in. Okay, so now we are going to set up our database. So we are going to be using MongoDB along with Prisma for this. And Prisma just makes it really easy for us to interact with the database and perform all of the CRUD operations that we are going to need for our Twitter clone. And for that to work, what I'll do is, so you want to go to prisma.io, right? And you want to click on like quick start. Go to add to existing project and click on MongoDB, right? So this nicely lists out the steps that we need to follow, and this I'm showing you all of this so that you don't have to remember all of like these steps. You just need to know where to look for when you're setting this up for any of your projects, right? So we're gonna go ahead and install Prisma as a dev dependency, and for that I'm going to copy that command, paste it over here, and just press enter. The next thing we're going to need is basically set up our Prisma project by creating a schema file, and for that we basically need the npx prisma init command. I'm going to push this in, and now you can see inside our project we actually have a Prisma folder over here, and it has a schema file, right? I'll just close out the terminal so that you can see. And over here we have like a couple of things, right? And we're going to, the first thing that we need to do is fill out this database URL, right? Like we need to replace this with our MongoDB URL, right? So the next thing we want to do over here is click on connect to database, right? And yeah, basically we want to get this sort of a string from MongoDB and put it over inside our environment file, right? The way we are going to do that is we're going to go to MongoDB, right? Like over here, and they have a nice free tier, right? So you don't need to pay anything for this. The free tier is more than enough for projects like this, as long as they're not put into production, right? So they give you free database with like a decent chunk of storage and things like that, and you don't even need a credit card to start. So I want you to go ahead and basically sign in with your Google account, right? Once you do that, you're gonna end up in a screen that looks like this, right? Now over here, what you want to do is create a new project, right? Or create a new cluster. And basically, you want to select shared because this one is free, and you can select pretty much like anything over here. So I'll just go with like the default options and click create cluster. It's gonna give us this verification thingy. Wait, motorcycle. Yeah, okay. Project already, okay. So you can already create one free cluster, but basically once you click create over here, um, what you're gonna see is basically a cluster, a card that looks like this, right? So I've already created one cluster over here um, for our for the build that I did before this video, right? And what you want to do is click on connect and then click on VS Code because this gives us a string um, that's exactly like the string that we need in our Prisma file, right? And over here, there's a password mentioned over here, right? So something that's gonna happen once you I'm just going to close this out. So once you're on the screen over here, you click on create cluster, it's going to ask you to set up a password, right? Like a password that basically um, is basically like the password is going to be used to access the database, right? So that not everyone can access it. Only people with like a certain username and password can access it, right? So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this, right? And I'm going to go back to my env file over here. And over here, as you can see, it has like a string in place already, but this is a template string. We can simply just delete this and enter our MongoDB string, right? Now, I'm going to change two things over here. Number one is like the password, and the other one is this test, right? So what this test represents is if you go back into this um, cluster, right, and if you click on browse collections, you're going to see that we have this database called test, right? So this is the database that I used to spin up the Twitter clone that I gave a demo for, right? Now you won't have this, so you're gonna have like this by default. But what I'm going to do over here is click create new database, right? If you're creating a cluster for the first time, you won't need to do this, but over here I'll just say TwitterDB, right? And we're gonna need like a collection name, so we can basically just say um, like I'll just add Twitter over here. All right, we're gonna be creating other collections, right? So collections is similar to a table if you're familiar with SQL database, but basically we're gonna be creating other collections for our like Twitter functionalities. So we can just enter anything over here and click create, right? Once you're done, you're gonna see Twitter DB over here, right? So what I'll do is I'll just go over here. I'll replace Twitter DB over here and save this. And what I'm going to do next is basically copy my password for this MongoDB from my other um, project file and just paste it over here. If you're creating this for the first time, you're going to have your own password that you set up right before this step. So you can just paste it in place of this string, and I'll just do that and be right back. Okay, so I pasted my MongoDB password in my environment variable file and I've closed it for now. And you can do the same because we are not going to be changing it at any point from this point onwards, right? So now we've basically connected our Prisma to our MongoDB database over there, right? And I'm going to go ahead and just change this to MongoDB, right? This is something we just filled out, and now we're going to basically add in a couple of things over here. So what I want to do now is basically describe the schema for the entities that we are going to be storing inside our database, right? And I'm going to just do it like this. So First of all, what you want to do is basically what I want is to store my users. So for each of my users, I'm going to basically say it's going to have an ID that is going to be a string, right? And I also want to add this thing over here. So what you want to do is like you want to add @ID and then @default auto, close this bracket, and then say @map underscore ID, and then say @db dot object ID, right? So the reason we are writing all of this extra stuff is because MongoDB automatically generates a unique ID for each entry, right? And it gives it, so the ID is basically stored under the key underscore ID, right? But this is not allowed in Prisma. So we need to basically we want Prisma to map it to the key ID instead, right? Um, Other than this, what you want to do is you want to say it's going to have like every user will have a name. We can keep this optional. They're also going to have like a username. We can keep these optional as well, and we can add a @unique over here to specify that no two users can have like the same username. If they do, or if you try to store um, two different users inside the database with the same username, it's going to throw an error, right? Um, we also want to store the email, right? Because we're going to be creating the accounts using Google sign-in, and we're going to be primarily using email um, to identify the users, right? So we basically want emails to also be unique over here, and we also want a profile image, right? And I'm going to write string over here, and this is because we are going to be storing our image in a base64 string. Um, Other than that, you also want something like created at. These are relatively standard stuff, right? You want to which can be useful for pretty much like uh, most entities like this. So created at, it's going to have like the type date time, and it's going to have a default value of now, right? So it's going to give it the current date time. Next, we also want updated at, again, date time, and it's going to be given the updated at over here. Apart from this, so we can keep it over till just this much for now, right? The other thing I want is like post or a tweet, right? So this is also going to have a bunch of things, but I'm just going to copy the ID um, from over here, right? And then I want a body. So the body is going to be a string, right? The post can also have an image optionally, so string and then a question mark over here. Then I want to basically copy these two lines, created at and update at over here. And I'm also going to add a couple of things, right? So so every user is going to have an unique email attached to their account, right? And this is because we're using like the Google email that they're signing in with. So we are going to just use that to identify like the author of the post, right? So I'll just write user email and I'll write string over here. Then we want to know who has liked this post, right? So we'll just write liked user emails, and this is going to be um, an array of strings, right? Then similarly, we also want to know who has bookmarked this particular post. So we're going to write bookmarked user emails, and it's going to have the type string, the array of a string, right? The other thing that I want to write over here is called parent ID, right? Now this is a little bit interesting because what's happening inside Twitter is if you reply to a tweet, the reply is also a tweet, right? It's a regular tweet with like everything. It's gonna, you can add an image over here, you can add the same body over here. It's gonna pretty much have like the same structure, except that it is attached to a parent tweet, right? And to identify the parent tweet, we're gonna add basically a parent ID. And this is optional because not all tweets are going to be replies. So if a post does not have a parent ID, right, because this is optional, then that means it's not a reply, but it's like it's an original tweet, right? Um, and basically, I'm also gonna add comment IDs over here to uh, to basically keep track of like all of the posts that are basically a reply to this particular post, right? So we are going to add comment IDs, and it is going to be an array of string again, right? So I'll just keep this as it is for now. If you hit Command S, it's gonna format it a little bit so that it looks neat, right? And once you're done with this, I want you to open the terminal and then say, um, um, okay, so there's a command for this that's basically, yeah, this one, npx prisma db push, right? And what it is going to do is it's going to basically, so let me just hit enter over here. And as you can see, it's actually connecting to our MongoDB database, right? Like our Twitter DB that we set up. And now what it's doing is it's basically creating like a bunch of stuff that you're gonna use inside your code to actually access or create or delete or update any of the user objects or the post objects, right? Um, and that's why it says generated Prisma client and added it to node modules Prisma client, right? So now you're done with this. And now what you want to do over here is basically um, install Prisma slash client, right? So this is the client side package of Prisma that we are going to be using inside our code. Great. Okay, so now we are going to create the APIs that we need in order for our Twitter clone to work, right? And that means we need an API for example, getting the user details, creating a user, updating user profile pictures, things like that, right? So I'm going to, so what I'm going to do is I'll just close this terminal for now and I'll go to my API directory inside my pages directory and I'll create a new file, right? And I'll name this one user.ts, right? And what I want to do over here is basically, um, so I want to basically use NextJS API, right? Similar to what you have over here, but I want to protect this API route, right? So what do I mean by protecting an API route? Well, if you go ahead and start the server again, right? And if I now go back to my browser and just hit slash API slash hello, right? It's gonna give me a response regardless of whether I am logged in or not, right? And you can see the response being sent over here. But what I really want for my API routes is that if someone sends a request to my API and if they are not logged in, right? If it's not coming from um, a logged in client, then I don't want to entertain that request. And in order for that to work, we are going to basically um, be using a functionality from NextAuth, right? Um, so let me go back to my VS Code and go back to my user.ts file. And over here, I'm going to basically do a couple of things. So the first thing is basically I'm going to copy all of this stuff, right? So that I don't have to type it all again. And now we have like a basic sort of like API handler over here, right? I'm going to delete this stuff, go back over here, delete this for now as well, right? And over here, I'm going to do a couple of things. First up, I want to import get server session from NextAuth, right? And what this does is it's going to help us basically verify if the request is coming from a logged in user or not. The other thing we are going to need is basically we are going to need the auth options, right? And the auth options are actually coming from our NextAuth configuration file over here, right? Like, so these are our auth options. And what I'm going to do, like we've already exported this, so I'll just go over here and I'll just write pages slash API slash auth slash the file name, right? And now what we can do is go inside our function and create a session object like this. So await get server session, request, response, and auth options, right? And now we have an error over here because our function is not async. So I'll just fix that, writing async over here, and then go back over here. Now, if you get a session object from this function, right, that means that you have basically the request is coming from a logged in user. If not, what we are going to do is we'll just say we're going to return a response with the status code 401, and we are going to write a message that says you must be logged in. That's it, right? Like, I think that's enough, right? And if not, we are going to basically get this John Doe as the response, right? Right, message over here. And now let's verify if this is working, right? So now, right now, we are signed in. So if I go over here and do a get request on slash API slash user, it's going to give me John Doe, right? But if I go to, let's say, a different browser, right? Or I'm just going to go and open an incognito mode, right? And over here, I'm going to write slash API slash user, and it's going to give me a message that says you must be logged in because I'm not logged in inside of this browser instance, right? So that basically is how we protect our API routes, right? Like, so that no one other than a logged in user from our client can access whatever is happening inside our APIs. Okay, now that that is done, I'm going to basically start implementing the rest of the API. So first up, I'm going to create a track as block, right? And over here, I'm going to basically, I'm going to handle two different kinds of requests. So if request dot method is get, I want to do something over here for getting the users, and I'll basically return a response from over here. So we can write if request dot method equals post. I'm going to handle it over here, right? Now, what I want to do inside get is simply get the user from our database, right? The way you do that is I'm going to say, so you get your, we are going to add, for each get request, we're going to basically add the user email, right? Because that is the only identifier we get from our Google authentication. So we're going to use that as a query param, and we're going to say const email is request.query.email and as string, right? Now, okay, Now, if I have a valid email, right, I'm going to just say const current user await Prisma dot. Okay, so before we do that, I just forgot one thing, right? So let me comment this. And before we do that, we actually need to do one more thing over here, right? Like in our Prisma setup. So what I'm going to do is go back to basically my the root of my directory and create a new folder called um, lib, right? And inside this, I'm going to create a file that says prisma.ts. Now over here, I want to basically use the Prisma client package that we just installed. So I'm going to write Prisma client, right? Now below this, I want to declare global. I'm going to write var Prisma is Prisma client or defined, right? And we are doing this basically so that we don't instantiate a new Prisma client um, every single time, right? So what we are basically going to do over here is we'll write const client is like global this dot Prisma or a new Prisma client, right? So what this does is if you already have a Prisma client instantiated, it's going to use this. Otherwise, it's going to create an instance of a Prisma client right there, right? The other thing that I want to add over here is if we're going to add this environment variable later on, but basically if we are not in production, right? Like if we're not in production, I want to basically set global this dot client equals, sorry, Prisma equals client, right? And then I'm going to export this client object. Now we can close this file and go back over here. And now what we can do is basically we can import Prisma first of all. So I'll just add that over here. I'll say import Prisma from @lib Prisma. And we don't need these braces over here. I'll just remove them. And now we can basically use this Prisma object over here or anywhere at any point, anywhere inside our code to actually interact with our database. So as you can see, we have like a bunch of methods over here. So we can create a user object. We can create many different users. We can delete. We can find. We can update. Right, like all of these operations that you will normally be using inside your database. We have them all over here. So right now, what I want to do is find unique, right? And I want to find the one user which basically has email equals to email, right? Like this is basically um, this is what we need over here inside our inside the GET request, right? And what I'm going to do over here is basically um, if if we can't find a user like this, right? Like if Prisma is unable to find a user, right? Like let's say it's a new user, right? It's unable to find a user with this email. We're going to handle it over here, and we'll just send back a response, JSON, and we'll send back a response that says new user, right? And um, yeah, I think this is enough for now, and we'll return back from this function. If not, we will basically send a different response that says um, user found, right? And we're going to basically um, add the current user, like the one that we found inside our database, inside this key over here, right? Once we are done with this, we can return, right? Now this is going to basically look for a user with like a given email inside the database. If it can find one, it's going to return it. Otherwise, it's going to just return a message that says new user, right? Um, okay, cool. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to basically handle our post request. Also, before that, what I'm going to do over here is just say um, if there's no email, I just want to send a message that says no email, right? Like if we don't have an email inside our request, then we can't really do anything. Now we're going to go back to our post request, and over here we are going to have a body inside our request, and we're going to use this to basically create and update um, our user, right? So what I'm going to do over here is so first of all, I'm going to extract email out, right? So I'll just say request dot body dot email because we expect an email um, inside this post request, and as string, right? If we have an email, um, what I'm going to do is handle a couple of cases over here, right? Like, so one case is we want to create a new user, right? So if that is the case, okay, so the way we are going to be creating or updating a new user, like there are two cases over here, create new user or update existing user. And we're going to determine which one of these operations we are going to be doing by just checking if we have the user in our DB or not. So we're going to, what I'm going to do basically over here is just copy the stuff, right? Cool. So this is the same as before, right? Like we are checking the DB. We're trying to find a user with this email. If we can't find the user, this is where we'll create, right? And it's very simple to create a new user. You just write const user equals await prisma dot user dot create, right? And over here, what you want to do is basically add in data, and we're going to send in like everything inside our body inside that data, right? Once you're done, I'm going to send a response that says done. Okay, cool. Now this is case number one, right? If this is not the case, if we already have a user, we need to update the existing user over here, right? So what I'll do is I'll just write const user is await prisma dot user dot update, and over here we need two parameters. One is where, because we want to know which users do we need to update, like which user. So we're going to search for the user using their email, right? And the other thing that we need over here is basically data, right? And over here I'm going to basically pass in the entire body of the request. And once we are done with this, I'll just say response dot status 200, and then I'm going to send back um, basically send back a message over here. First of all, let's say done, right? And I'm also going to send back the user that we just updated, right? once we are done with this, we can basically return, right? And this is sort of like if we had an email inside our request body, we can also go all the way over here and just say um, message no email over here in case there is no email, right? Um, and once you're done with this, we can just return, right? Now, if there is an error over here, we can handle that error, log it out. For now, what I will do is just console log this error and just return a response of like, um, so I'm actually gonna just return a 201 over here, right? And just say inside our message error, right? Um, so this is all for like our, this is all we need to create a new user, to update any existing user. I'll just delete these two lines and to fetch the details of any user, right? Now we're going to be using these APIs inside our front-end code um, to do these operations, right? Now, in order for that to work, we will go back to our index.tsx file, which is currently empty and it just has a sign out button, but we are going to be adding the user related functionalities over here next. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how to automatically create a new user when someone signs in with their Google account for the first time. And we're going to be using the APIs that we just made. But first, what I want to do is create a use effect over here, right? And this use effect is going to be triggered on changes to status and session object, right? And what I'm going to do now is just expand this, and over here I'm going to create an async function. So basically inside use effect, if you want to run anything in using the async await syntax, you're going to have to follow a structure like this. You declare an async function and then call it separately, right? Now over here, what I want to do is if status not equals loading, right? Because um, uh, this is when you're gonna have like a loading screen over here, but once this is done, you are basically logged in, so you should be able to perform all of the actions that you need. And secondly, I want to check if we have the session object in place, because this also is null initially, but it loads the session object from the use session hook, and then you basically are ready to go. Now, this session object is really powerful. So this is where the convenience of using NextAuth comes in, because NextAuth gives you this session object which contains all of the information that you get back from Google, right? And what we are going to do over here is we want to extract out a couple of things. So first of all, we're going to have email, right? So this email is stored inside user session.user.email, right? Um, it's also going to have a name, right? So the name that you have in your Google account that you're signing in with. So user dot name, right? The next thing that we are going to create is a username, right? So we are going to automatically create a username um, for this person, and the way we are going to do that is we're going to utilize their name, which means session.user.name, right? And we're going to use the first name. So this typically returns like both the first and last name. So we're going to split it with a space, and we're going to use the first name over here, and there we're going to add an underscore, and we're going to add a unique ID over here, right? Like I'll add a unique ID over here. And in order for us to add that unique ID, I'm just going to um, create like some random numbers over here, right? So how do I do that? Well, instead of writing the whole thing, I'm just going to go in my GitHub, right? Because you're all also going to have um, access to this code, um, like all of the code that I'm writing. So instead of typing it all again, what I'm going to do is just go inside my index.js, and there's going to be a function over here that says make ID, right? So I'll just copy this over here, right? And what it does is simply select, so you give it a length, right? For example, if you want 6 random digits, right? Like a string consisting of random digits, which has the length 6, right? So you're gonna basically select random characters from this string, right? And you're going to create a new string out of it. So what I'm going to do over here is I'll write make ID, and I'll just write 6, and that's it, right? So now we have an email, a name, um, and like a username, right? And something else that I want to do, something that I missed, is basically uh, initially the user is not going to have a profile image, and in that case what I want to do is basically I wanna add a blank a sort of blank image instead. All right, like when the user account gets created, and the way I'm going to do that um, basically is we're going to add in a file over here, right? Like this file is available over here. So let me just get that. You can go inside public, right? And we're going to have this file over here, right? Um, so what I'm going to do is basically download this file, right? Like and it basically looks like this, right? And I'm going to download this over here, and I'm going to put it inside my project, right? Um, And this is like the image that is going to come up when a user has not set his or her profile picture, right? Um, so what I'm going to do over here is just cancel this, and I'm going to copy paste the file over here into our public folder. Done. Let's run the project again, close this terminal. We are good to go. Now, something I want to change inside here, inside our slash API slash user file, is when a new user is getting created over here, right? Like, so if you sort of go over here, like this is where a new user gets created. You're gonna see that we actually um, we actually don't have like so we actually are not passing in like we're going to have to make sure that we're passing um, the profile image over here as well, right? And the profile image should basically contain the path of the blank image that we just contributed, that we just downloaded, right? So now I'm going to go back to my index.txt file, and what I'm going to do first before all of this works is I'm going to basically check if the user exists or not, because this might not be their first login. So what I'm going to do is I'll write const response, or let me actually just get out of this place and write a new function, right? Async function get user, right? And over here I just need an email, to get the user, and over here I'm going to write response await fetch, and I'm going to use the user slash API slash user route, right? And before this, we need to add some params. So I'll just create a new URL search params. I'm going to add an email as email, and over here I'm going to go back and add a question mark over here, and then just add the params, right? This is going to send the email inside the request. And now what I want to do is, if response.status is 200, I want to basically say const data is await response.json. And inside this, what I want to do is check what the message is, right? So if there's a new user, right? If we can't find a user with this email inside our database, we're going to basically get this string inside our message. And this is because we actually, if we go over here, we can see that if we can't find a user in our database, we send back this message. Otherwise, we send the message that says user found, and we actually send the user object as well, right? So I'm going to go back over here, and if we have a new user, I want us to basically, okay, or we'll just keep this as it is right now, right? And I'm going to return the data from here, right? Like this function is it. Now I'm going to create another function, and this one says create user, right? And over here I want, I'm just going to keep it as it is. Now I'm going to basically just say copy these 3 lines over here, right? Right, and so it shows an error because it doesn't know that we are actually verifying if the session exists before calling this function. So you can actually add a question mark over here, but that's okay because we're going to be only calling this function from inside this if clause, right? Now what I'll do is delete these 3 lines, and over here what I want to do is const, I'll just say data is get user, or I should say await get user. I'm going to pass in like the email, right? So over here I just want to pass session dot user dot email as string, right? Cool. Now if data dot message equals new user, we are going to call the function that creates a new user over here, right? And we're going to fill out the rest of this function now. Const response await fetch slash API slash user, right? And now we need a couple of other things. So method equals post. We're going to need some headers over here. I'll add these in just a second, and then we need like a body. So this body is really important because we are going to need the email name, the username, and we're going to need a profile image that says right this. So this is basically if you paste anything inside of your public directory like so, you can access it at this route, right? So we're going to send all of this stuff up. Gives me a small error over here. Okay, yeah, that is because we need to run json.stringify on all of this, right? Cool. So now that this is done, right, so now that this is done, the one thing that we forgot over here is basically you're going to have to add, I guess it's content type equals application slash JSON, right? So this basically, if you don't add this, um, it's not gonna basically parse this request.body correctly, which is why we always add this inside our, we're going to always add this inside our post request, right? So this is done. Okay, cool. Now what we are going to do is, like, if we had a new user, we created a new user, right? And we're what we're going to do if response dot status equals 200, we're going to extract the JSON, right, and return this data. By the way, we what you also want to do over here is okay, so we're okay. We'll handle like the edge cases later on, right? Let's just create the basic functionality. So we have create user. Once the user gets created, we return back the data. Now, once we are done with that, you want to basically do a couple of things. So regardless of whether I'm just going to write user data over here. So basically, if a new user gets created, we're going to have like the user data inside this object. Otherwise, it's going to be inside this object, right? Now, what I want to do over here, first of all, just to show how this works, is create a couple of states. The const user, I'll just say username, right? Username, set username, sounds okay. Use state, and this is going to be a string. And I'm also going to declare and profile image, right? Set profile image, and this is again going to be a string over here, right? And we're going to save this. We're going to scroll down, and once we have either through getting the information from the database or by creating a new user, once we have the user information, right, like once we have the user object, and it's always going to be over here inside like this user thing, right? For example, over here, if we are getting it from like the database, we're going to pass it over here. If we are I don't know, creating a new user over here, we are going to pass it over here, right? Save this. And now what we're going to do is we're going to store some of that information inside our React states. So we are over here, right? Like, and what you want to do is set username to user data dot user dot username, right? And we also want to set profile image user data dot user dot like profile image, right? And if this is not the case, right, like if it's not a new user, we can just do the same thing, except for we're going to use data over here, right? Delete this line and done. So what's going to happen now is we have the server running, cool. If we open up the home page, it's going to run this, right? And what it's going to do is it's going to get the email from the session object, which means the email that you get back from Google after they sign in. We're going to check if we have a user with this email inside our database. If we do, we are going to get that user's data. If not, we are going to create a user and then get that newly created user's data inside our React states, right? Now, in order for us to see all of this, I'm going to basically add in a couple of things over here just to keep things a little bit neat. So I'll just say username, right? And over here, I'll write username, right? Um, and I'll even add um, an image tag over here. The image is basically we're going to use this from next image, which for some reason isn't coming up. Okay, let me first show you the username and then we're gonna add the image as well. So what I'll do is I'll go back over here to our home page, right? And we're going to refresh, right? And once we've refreshed, all right, so okay, so there's like a little bit of an error. We are going to debug this, but the username did show up. Like if I close this, you can see the username that we created using the random six-digit ID is over here. So we can see it, but there's like an error, right? So let's see what's happening. Cannot read properties or undefined user over here. So this is when we're creating a new user. It's actually okay. Let's see what's happening. So we are over here, right? We've just created a new user and returned the data that we got from our API. So let's go into our user API file. We are going to be looking over here because we just sent back the user that we just created. Okay, pretty cool. The weird thing somehow is, okay, let me just close this for now. So we're going to check this, but for now our account is created. So if I sign back in, it basically should just, yeah, it should quickly load my username from the database and show it to me, right? So this is pretty cool. This basically shows like all of the logic that we were just writing down. I'm going to check that error as well, but in just a second, right? So let's get back to our index .tsx file, and till now what we have done is we are automatically creating a new user with a username, the email, the name that we get back from our Google sign-in, and we are attaching a blank profile picture as their profile image, right? Um, okay, so one more thing I'm gonna do over here is show the profile image that we are from the user that we just created. So I'm going to use the image tag from NextJS, and over here we're gonna be adding source profile image. By the way, this should only be visible if there is a profile image that can be displayed. So basically we're gonna write profile image, yeah. Now we also need to set a width, so I'm gonna set it to 1000, right? And then I'm going to resize it using the Tailwind CSS classes. So just add an alt tag profile image over here, and then add some class names, right? So I'll just write like a width of 10, height of 10, right? And save this. So let's go back, and as you can see, like our blank profile picture is showing up over here. Right now, if we change this inside our user entry in our database, we're gonna see the different image over here. But the point of this was just to show you that we successfully have created like a user over here, right? And we are fetching the data of that user over here after logging back in, and we are able to show that data on our page, right? So now we are going to build a little bit of the front end, but before that I'm also going to build some APIs for the tweets, right? Because we need to fetch and create tweets over here as well. So what I'm going to do is basically go to pages/API, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this post.ts. right now, to start this off, I'm going to basically copy a bunch of things over here. We have an unused import over here, so I'll just cancel this out. But basically we sort of need everything till at least like this point, right? So I'll just copy this and I'll go over here and I'll paste this. Right now I can go down here and fill the rest of it up. So we are going to implement a try catch, and we are missing a closing brace over here. Okay, so what I've done so far is basically just copied like the basic structure of an API handler over here, and I've added in the session object that is retrieved using the get server session, so that this API route is also protected, right? Like no one who is not logged in should be able to access anything that is being done inside this API, right? Okay, now that we're here, I want to again do two things, right? So we're going to be handling the post requests that come over here, right? And we are also going to be handling get request, right? So get request is basically going to be for fetching all tweets, right? Like we want to fetch all the tweets and show it in our feed, right? The post request will be for creating a tweet, right? Because we are going to be able to post a tweet from right within our home page, which is in our index.tsx file. So I'm going to write this down first. So over here, what you need is essentially the same way we created our user, like const post awaited equals await prisma dot post dot create, right? And over here we need to pass in some data, and over here what I'll do is I'll just pass in request.body, right? And this will basically contain everything that comes within that post, right? So that means basically the like the post body, the user email, the image, and yeah, that's pretty much like that pretty much sums it up, right? Once this is done, what we want to do over here is send back a response. So status 200, and I'm going to just say done over here, right? Okay, we can actually even just send back the post as well, right? Cool. Now as far as the get goes, this is pretty straightforward. So what you need to do is just write const posts await prisma dot post dot find many, and over here order by I'm going to just use the created at, right? And I'm going to say descending, right? So you can order it ascending or descending by using this format, right? So we are going to, and because we haven't entered any where condition over here, so it's going to basically it's going to get like all of the posts, right? Like, and apart from the posts, what we also want to do, because each post is going to be displayed, or each tweet is going to be displayed along with the profile picture and the username and the name of their author, right? So we also need to we need to basically fetch all of that information as well. So what I'm going to do is declare like an array over here, right? User data, and we're going to actually store everything uh, about the authors of like these posts over here inside of this array. How do we do that? Just create a for loop, right? Equals 0 post dot length I plus, right? And over here I'm going to just get a user. How do you get the user? Simple. The same way we did it for inside our user API route. So Prisma dot user dot find unique. Over here you need where email equals post I dot user email, right? Okay, now we have the user. So what I want to do is user data dot push user, and now that this is done, I want to basically just say res dot status 200. I'm going to send posts as well as the user data back, right? Also so I need to also add a return statement over here, because we yeah, we're pretty much done with like whatever, like with our response that we needed to send back. And I'm gonna just add the same thing over here as well. So return, and just in case like we get any other form of request, I'm just gonna also add like a status over here, like a message over here. All right, so JSON, and I'm gonna say message incorrect request, right? And if we have an error, we can, for now, we can simply just console log this error, and we can just say, I don't know, like rest. Right, so this is done, and delete this line, and we're done with like the basic tweet APIs over here. So after this, I also need some more APIs just to basically just to implement the functionalities of, for example, liking a tweet, or bookmarking a tweet, things like that, right? But for that, before I implement those APIs, I am actually going to write a little bit of front end so that we can actually test these APIs out as we implement them. So we're going to be using all of these APIs in the home page. So let's go ahead and implement the front end of the home page now. Okay, so in order to create the front end, we are first of all going to create some components, right? So I'm going to go to the root of my project and create a new folder called components. And the first component that I'm going to create um, will be layout.tsx, right? So this is a special component. This is going to wrap our entire application, and it's gonna basically take care of the sidebar, right? Because that remains fixed, but we can scroll through the tweets in the middle, right? So I'm going to write function over here, and inside this function we are going to actually need a couple of things, right? So first of all, I'm going to lay down some basic layout, right? So I'm going to replace this with main because this is actually the main content over here. All right, and now I'm going to write class name over here, width 100%, right screen, and I'm going to create a flex box, right? Inside this, what I need is basically uh, like a couple of divs over here, right? The first one, basically, I'm going to give it a width of 20, right? And actually, we're going to what I'm going to do is basically like make this responsive as well. So by default, we want a width of 20, which is basically like 80 pixels, right? So not that much. But if we're basically in a larger screen, I wanted to um, essentially occupy 1/4 or 25% of the width, right? I'm going to give it shrink 0 and grow 0 so that it does not it actually accurately follows this width, right? Instead of being directed by the flex children. And I'm going to give it a border on the right hand side, and I'm going to write neutral. Let's go with this one, right? Then we have background black, um, text white, right? And I'm going to say right of screen, right? Now what we sort of need inside this div is basically a couple other divs, right? So first of all, what I'm going to do, uh, okay, so I'm going to write right of screen, and we're going to make this a flex box and set the flex direction to column, and then just add some spacing over here. We'll go with this one, and I'm also going to add some padding, right? Inside this div, what I want to do is I want to declare a flex box, right? Give it the full width and basically use justify center so that like everything is right within right in the middle, right? But in case we are on a larger monitor, we want to basically do a justify end. So the reason we want to do all of this is because if we go to Twitter, right, you can see that we have so we have like this sidebar, right? And on larger screens, we have this entire div over here, right? Like this section is on the is aligned towards the left over here, and this is what we're doing with the justify end. If it's on a smaller screen, it's going to be just these icons, and it's going to be at the center of the sidebar. So now I'm going to go back over here, and what I want to do is basically fill out these items over here, right? So we're going to create a div for that, and over here I'm going to say width should be 60, right? Flex column, item center, and then if it's like a large screen, I want items at the start, and we're going to give it a gap of 6, right? Now in here, the first thing that I'm going to add will be the Twitter SVG, right? So over here, I'm going to add some class names first, right? So I'm going to give it a zero padding by default, but on larger screens, I want some padding, right? 32 pixels. Over here, we want the Twitter SVG. Now, I've already actually, if I go to dot and then Twitter clone, right? So I actually copy pasted the Twitter SVG over here, and I'm just going to use that instead of like searching for a new one. So I've just copy pasted it over here, and I'll go back and basically use this one, right? So over here we can basically just add Twitter SVG. Don't worry, you're gonna have access to all of this code, so you can copy paste tidbits like these wherever you feel the need for, right? So I'm gonna add the Twitter SVG, and then I'm going to add some links, right? So we're gonna use the NextJS link, and these links are going to be, for example, like home, profile, things like that, right? And they're gonna be linking. They're gonna have like, if you click on them, I want the route to change, and for like the application to be redirected to a different page, right? So what I'm going to do over here, first of all, like, so we're gonna have like, let's see, bookmarks, right? And over here, I'm gonna say profile, right? Like these three, and we're gonna have different routes for them, all of that. But first, let's sort of like put this layout component somewhere. So I'm going to move out of all of these details, right? Like this is basically all of our sidebar. And over here, like if you can see over here, like we have a flex box, right? So this is the first child of the flex box, which is the sidebar, and the other main content is going to come in over here. I'll just write children over here, and we also need we basically will need children over here as well. So I'll just write children, and then over here we have to declare a type, so it's going to be children, and then react node, right? That should do the job. Okay, so we're over here, and let's first wrap our application within this layout component and then continue on. So I'm going to go back to my app .tsx, and over here I'm going to say layout, and it's going to import it from @components layout. @ basically means the root of our project directory, right? So I'm just going to put this over here, and boom, right? Now let's just check. Okay, we have our server up. We can go back to this part, and now we can see a sidebar sort of shaping up over here, right? So we have a sidebar, and we have like this main component over here, like whatever is being rendered, right? And the sidebar is essentially going to have these links, and based on these links, this content is going to change, but this is going to remain static. Now let's first add some icons, right? Because these are looking pretty empty. And for that, what we are going to need is, I'll just end this and say, so yeah, we are going to need, we're going to be using something called Heroicons. So this is like a pretty favorite of mine when it comes to icons. They are created by the creators of Tailwind CSS, and they're pretty damn good, and they're free to use and convenient to use as well. So I'll just install this package so that we can import these icons, right? Where are these coming from? So you can just go to heroicons.com, right? And for example, we're looking for home, right? So we have like this home over here, and we also have one in like the solid format. So we're going to actually use both of them, right? We are going to display the solid icon if we are on the home screen, and we're going to display this one if we are not on the home screen, right? We're going to do the same thing for every other page. So, if you want to basically like import these icons, like all you need to do is it's actually um, ridiculously convenient. I'll just run this back, close the terminal, and then go inside layout. Okay, so now what you want to do over here is write something like this. So import from Heroicons React 24, and then we have two options, outline and solid, right? For example, if we want the home icon, we can actually just import the home icon over here, give it some class names like Tailwind CSS class names to set the height and width and like the color, for example, and we are pretty much done. And I'm going to show you just how that works, right? So let's actually go over here, right? And over here, what I want to do is, so I'm going to display different icons, right? So for now, let me just first show you how this works, right? So I'm going to add some class names, and over here, I'll just say height of 6, width of 6, right? And let's go back and let's go back to our website. Okay, this one, did we restart the server? We did. Okay, let me okay, it's refreshed now, and now we can see this icon over here, right? Like now we're going to style this a little bit more, but you can see it's pretty easy to just import icons from the Heroicons package and just use it wherever you like. Okay, cool. But over here, what I want to do is I want to basically import two sets of icons, right? So I'll just say home icon as home icon solid, right? And over here, I'm going to copy this and just paste this, but change this to solid, right? So now we have like a home icon and a home icon solid, and we're also going to need other things, right? So we want to know where we are, so that we can decide if we want to display the solid icon or like the outline icon. For that, we are going to use the router. We can simply just say const router equals use router, which is imported from the next/router, right? And once you're here, what you want to do is like this is going to contain something called a path name, right? And there's going to be something like, for example, it could be just slash, or it could be like slash profile, it could even be slash login, right? Things like that. And if you're wondering where all of this is coming from, like you don't need to really remember like every little bit over here, but you do need to remember that you have to Google something like NextJS router, right? Once you Google this, you're gonna end up over here, and you can sort of click this, and it's going to show you everything that's over here, right? So for example, we have this router object. It's returned by use router. It contains path name, which is a string, and it contains the path of the current route file that comes after slash pages, right? Um, and yeah, basically, so we're over here, and what we're gonna do is I'll go down over here, and I want to do a couple of things, right? So first of all, I'm going to add some class names over here, right? And I'm going to say this should be flex, item center, cap of 4, which is like 16 pixels. We're gonna give it like some padding. So basically it's gonna be a 0 padding normally, but in large screen, I'm going to give it a padding of like 32 pixels, right? Like, so now we're here. Now what I want to do is I want to also change this into a p tag. Right. Okay. So I want to basically change the styling based on if we are inside the home route or not, right? And the way we're going to do that is we'll wrap this up, right? And we'll come over here and we'll say, hey, router dot path name equals slash, right? If this is the case, I actually want to use the home icon solid. I'm going to give it the same height and width, which is like 24 pixels, right? So as you can see now, we have like this conditional icons over here. The other thing that I want to change is add some class names over here. And this time I'm going to put it inside backticks because we're going to be changing the font weight based on whether based on the router path name, right? So I'll just say text LG. So this is like 18 pixels of font size, and then I'm going to add router.pathname equals slash, and then this is true, I want font weight bold, right? If this is not true, I want font weight as light, right, which is 300. Okay, now we're done. We can go back and over here now we have like now we have this thing, right? So there's something else you might notice, like um, so right now we're logged out of our application, right? And we can still see the sidebar, which is not what we want over here, right? So we want to only be able to see the sidebar, right? Which is part of the layout when we are logged in. So we're going to change that in just a second. And as you can see right now, since we are not at the home path, the text is like the font weight is 300, and this is an outline icon over here, and it's going to change as soon as we log in and go to the home page, right? But first, let's go back over here, right? And over here, what I'm going to do is say if router path name equals login, right? So if we are on the login page, I don't want to return all of this stuff, right? All I want to do is just return a simple div over here, and I want to have like the children, which is going to be like everything inside the login page over here, right? So simply return this. If not, return this entire structure, which contains the sidebar, right? Now I'll save this, go back, and now you can see the login page is clean. We have no sidebar over here. We can click sign in with Google. It's gonna get us to the home page, and over here we can see this icon is now solid, it's filled, and the font weight has increased to sort of like highlight that hey, we are on the home page right now. Cool. So now let's do that the other um, with the other links as well. So I'll just actually utilize some of this, right? I'll just copy this over here. All right, what I'll do right now is I'll just copy these and I'll paste it 2 times, right? And I'll delete these 2 lines. Now we'll just change these, right? So there's 2 things you want to change over here. First of all, this is like the bookmarks page, so I'm going to give it a route of /bookmarks. This is not, this does not exist yet, but we are going to create it really soon. Secondly, I want to change the icons, right? So in case of bookmark, you can actually like, you can just like VS Code simply gives you all of these like list of icons that are available. So for example, we're gonna go with like the bookmark icon from the outline package, right? So we can just import this, and we can go over here at the very top, and what we can do is also import like the solid version of this icon. So bookmark icon as bookmark icon solid, right? And let's also actually just import I believe it's called like user something. Let's actually go back and check, right? So I'll just search for like user, right? And we're gonna go with like this one. So it's called user. We also have a user circle, but we're gonna go with this and the solid version. So let's go over here and say user icon, right? And we're going to import this as user icon solid. And over here, I'm going to just add user icon. Okay, cool. We are now ready. Now we can go back here and I can add bookmark icon solid over here. Change this to bookmarks, right? And change this to bookmarks as well. And just go over here. And what you want to do is replace this with bookmarks, right? So this is link number 2. Now we can go over here and I can just say /profile over here, right? And what I want, yeah, over here is user icon and user icon solid, right? Over here, we will change the route to /profile. This one is okay. We can just go back over here and say profile. And we also need to change this route over here. Profile. Right, now we can go back and we can see we have like our sidebar looking a little bit better, right? And I'm going to actually show you what this looks like and in like a responsive setup. So I'll just expand this over here. And what you can do is like you can slide this off. And what do we want over here? So this is like the sidebar's width is changing as we sort of cross a certain screen width, right? But we also want to change this, right? So what we want is when we go towards like a mobile or tablet screen, I just want the icons to be visible instead of like all of the text, right? And as we go over here, you can see that we have like this particular div aligned to the right hand side, right? And it looks pretty neat, right? So we're going to keep adding like a bunch of things now over here. But first of all, I'm going to go back to my code. And over here, what I'll do is I'm going to create these routes, right? So that we have something over there, right? So I'll go and create new files inside my pages directory. One of them is going to be called bookmarks.tsx, right? The other one is going to be called profile.tsx. We can go over here, and for now, I'll just export this function that returns a div that says right profile, right? And we're gonna do like pretty much the same thing over here. Right, bookmarks and bookmarks, right? So this is done. We can go back over here and now we can test if this is working. So if I click on bookmarks, it loads up bookmarks in this content area, and as you can see, now this particular item in our sidebar is highlighted like with the icon and the font weight. If we click on profile, same thing. We click back on home, we are back at home page, right? Pretty cool. Okay, now what I want to do is go back to my layout, right, and work a little bit more on my sidebar, right? So something else I want to do over here, basically, is I want all of these p tags to vanish when we are not in a large screen, right? And for that to work, what I'll do is like I'll just add this over here. So it's going to be hidden by default, and on larger screens, I want it to have I want it to be basically in line flex, right? And I'll just copy this, go down here, paste it, go down here, paste it, done. Now let's go back to our browser and see what happens, right? So now if I shrink this beyond a certain point, it's gonna shrink, right? And now we have this neat looking sidebar, which just consists of the icons, right? We can still navigate, but it's just the icons. The text is gone and it looks so neat, right? Like now we can compress this all the way to mobile phones and it's still gonna work. And if we expand back, like all of the text is visible. So this is how we are using basically Tailwind um, classes to sort of like come up with like responsive CSS really easily, right? So now that this layout is done, we're gonna start working on this main area, right? Like this content area. So what I'll do is we can get rid of these for now. We don't need them. I'll just close all of these files. Over here, we seem to have some unsaved changes. I'll save them. We can close this as well. Okay, cool. Now what we'll do is we'll work on the front end over here, which means um, a sort of form that helps you create these tweets, right, and publish them, and then a feed view at the bottom which shows all of the tweets, right? Cool. Okay, so for our home page, let's first get rid of all of this junk over here, right? Like, and now what I want to do is basically, so we've already declared a main component inside our layout. And now what I'm going to do is like write a div over here. And now I want to change all of the CSS, right? The way it's going to work right now is sort of like this, right? So I'll just put this back over here. It's really not necessary right now. And the first thing I want to add over here is flex grow, right? Because if you remember, inside our layout, we have this sidebar, right? Like we have this sidebar which has flex shrink 0, flex grow 0. It has like a fixed width, right? And this is the first child inside our flex box. The second child is whatever we are writing over here. So I want this to grow into and expand into all of the available width on the screen apart from the sidebar, right? So this is going to be flex row. I want height screen, right? And then I want this part to be scrollable. So overflow, I'll just write this out, scroll, right? BG black, right? I'm going to give it font color white. Now we can go inside this and now we can start adding in a sort of basic structure for everything, right? So at the top, we're gonna have like a small header ish thing, right? Let me actually just write header over here. Now this one is going to be sticky, right? So it's gonna remain on top as we scroll. So we're gonna write sticky, top 0. It's going to be a flex box. I'm gonna say worth full, right? And we're gonna give it a higher Z index because all of the other content is basically gonna go behind it, right? So now once we're done with this, like I wanna basically add another div over here, and this one is going to have like a bunch of text, right? So first up, I wanna talk about width, right? So if we are in like a mobile screen, I don't want any space to be left, right? So basically, if we go back to twitter.com, right? Like, so what I'm thinking about is like this section, right? And this is sort of like the header, right? And we have like this section as well that's sort of like blank in our case. And what I want is in mobile screens, I want the section to be hidden and I just want this to occupy all of the width, right? So we're gonna say width full over here. But in large screens, I'm just gonna say like width, I don't know, 3 by 5, right? 60% of the available width over here. Now, once we're done with this, we can just write We can give it a height like 64 pixels over here. I'm going to make it a flex box. I'm going to say items center. I'm also going to give it a border at the bottom. So neutral 600, right? I think this much should be okay, right? But okay, I think I'm also gonna need like some padding over here, right? So I'll just write px4 over here. Now there's one more thing that's needed over here, right? So if we go back to Twitter, you can see that like you can see this sort of like glassy, frosty effect, right? And that's basically like what's called a backdrop blur, right? And we can simply implement this. So we can actually take apart like the exact blurring values from over here. But what we can also do is we can just go to like Tailwind and search for like black backdrop blur, right? Like, so we have like this section over here, and you can see it has like a bunch of values, right? Like with varying degrees of how much do you want it to be transparent or not, right? Like, so we're gonna go with like this one, right? And I'll just copy this class, go back to my code, and okay, where was I? Okay, over here. Uh, I am going to paste this class and I'm going to press enter, and now we're over here. And what I want to do over here is just write home because this is the home page. And I'll also let me style this up a little bit. So we want a slightly larger font size and font width. Right, now we're done with this. We can actually go back to our browser, go over here, right? And now you can see we have like this section coming up, right? Like in this, there's nothing behind it, so we can't really see like the sort of classy backdrop blur over there. But we're going to be able to see that once we add some elements down here, and we can basically like we start scrolling those elements behind this header bar. So now I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio, and I'm going to add a couple of more things over here. So now we are pretty much done with header. Now what I want to do is I want to add like um, add a sort of like editor, right, or a form where you can actually create your tweets, upload the images and things like that. So for that, we're gonna add some basic structure first. So okay, first of all, I'm gonna add relative um, and minus top 16, right? Why am I doing this? Because we have a height of 16 over here, right? Like, and if we just add a div over here, it's gonna basically come, it's gonna start at like the bottom after this header, right? And I want it to actually start behind the header. So I wanted to start at the top of the screen, which is why I'm using position relative and just moving it up by the exact same amount as the height. Um, now, over here, I'm going to say width full and flex. And now that we are over here, I'll just add another tab. Over here, I'm going to say again width full. So this is basically like us defining the section boundary, like the center section, right? So it's gonna occupy full width normally, but on larger screens, it's gonna have like the same 60% width, right? Row 0, shrink 0, go inside this, right? Now over here, I think we also need like one more thing. So this is going to be like the main box, so to speak, right? Like this is going to be the main box inside wherein we will have the create tweet section as well as like all of the tweets, right? So over here, we'll just say flex column, right? We're gonna give it because our like our section over here, like the section is actually starting from behind the header, so we're giving it a top padding to avoid putting our create tweet section behind it at the very beginning, right? Like when the screen loads. So we're gonna use padding top 16, min height screen, and I'll just say border. No, we don't need any border over here, right? Okay. Now over here, so this is where um, I'm going to write the create tweet form, right? Like we're going to add this up, right? And once we're done with the form, below this, we're going to basically um, like list out all of the tweets, right? So list of tweets over here, right? And we're gonna fill both of these up, but before that, I want to actually finish out like the right hand side section as well. So we are basically over here, right? Like we are inside this. Okay, this one is like the center section. So I'm just going to create another div over here, and I'm going to style this up. So basically, this one is going to have a border on its left. So border um, neutral 600, right? Pretty cool. Flex grow, right? So it's gonna occupy all of the remaining space, which is basically 40% of like everything apart from the sidebar. Now I'll just say self stretch so that it like um, sort of like stretches itself apart over the full height of the parent box, and I'm going to just add the same thing relative, and then I'm going to write like top 16, right? So that it actually starts below the header, right? Now once this is done, we can actually go back, and we sort of have like this section over here, right? And as you can see, it scrolls up, right, a little bit, but we have like this one border missing over here that I'm just gonna add. Um, Let me just give me 1 second. Okay, looks good. Okay, so what I'll just do over here, um, is we have this header over here, right? And this is basically like the center section of that header. So what I'm do is add another div over here, right? And this one, again, is going to be hidden most of the time, right? But on larger screens, it's visible. So over here, it's going to be inline flex. Okay, then we also want it to have flex grow. So stretch over the height of the header, right? And we're going to give it a border on the left hand side. Border color will be neutral 600. Boom. Okay, now we have like a consistent line over here, right? And this is our center section where we're gonna be adding the create tweet section followed by all of the tweets, right? So this is basically your center feed, right? And we're gonna follow this structure for other pages as well because that is how Twitter does it. But yeah, we have like the basic structure in place. Cool. So next we are going to build components for these two things, right? So the create tweet form as well as like the list of tweets. Okay, so let's build the create tweet for. I'll go inside my component directory, create this new component called tweet for.tsx, and over here we are going to, oops, default function tweet for. Right now, over here, we are going to be doing two things. Number one, we should be able to write text, and number two, we should be able to upload images, right? For uploading images, what we are going to use is something called React Drop Zone, right? So this is a pretty neat package over here that you can use for basically neatly handling the the uploading of any sort of files, right? For now, we're going to basically just allow the user to upload only images, right? So PNG and JPEG files to be exact. But you can actually use React Drop Zone to sort of create like these upload drop zones and like upload buttons for any sort of files, right? So we're going to be using this. So let's go back to VS Code, open up our terminal, and install React Drop Zone. Done. I'll run the server again, close this terminal, and over here we're going to be um, using everything from like React Drop Zone, right? And for that to work, basically you're gonna have to declare some functions, right? And what that means is basically, so let's just first import something called use drop zone, right? So this is like a basic implementation of like how React drop zone works, right? And we're going to have to declare a bunch of things over here, right? So the first thing that we want to declare is like a function handle drops, right? So this is basically um, going to get triggered when you actually select a file in your while uploading an image, right? So it's going to receive a list of files, right? And over here, we're only going to allow the user at the moment to just basically upload one file per tweet, right? So we're just gonna grab the first file from that array, and over here I'm going to write const reader equals new file reader, right? Okay, now reader, weird auto import, go back and say reader, right? Cool. Dot onload. Now this is basically going to be a function. I'll just write any over here for now. And what this is going to do is basically what I want to do over here is like I want to capture event dot target dot result. And what this is in case of images, right, is basically a base 64 string that represents the image. And we are going to store this exact value inside our database. Now, this is not the most efficient way of storing images for your application, right? Um, because base 64 strings basically consume roughly 33%, or I guess it was like 37% more data than required for storing the image, right? So, for example, if you're storing the image directly as a file, um, uh, it would require less storage, but for now we're going ahead with like this solution. Um, Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is basically I wanna capture like this string. So what I will do over here is like I'll start declaring some props over here, right? First prop that I really want is going to be something called like base 64 and then set base 64, right? Like this sounds okay. But we also need the types, so I'll just declare them right here. Base 64 is a string, right? So this is both of these are going to come from like a use state hook from the parent component, which is sort of index.tsx, right? Um, so that we can send the image value back over there. Cool. So we also have like set base 64, which is basically going to have like it's going to take a value, which is a string, and then void over here. Boom. Now, what I can do is I can say set base 64 and wrap this up, right? So now it's going to send the base 64 string back to our parent object, right? Once we're done with this, uh, yeah, this we're going to, so this is basically like the onload function. Now we're going to say reader dot read, and we have like we have different ways of reading this file. For now, we're gonna go with like as data URL, right? And this is going to result in like um, the base 64 string over here. Cool. So this is the handle drop function over here, right? And now we're going to use the use drop zone hook, right? So we're going to say we're gonna get two things over here. So we'll say get root drops, right? And then get input drops. And we're going to say use drop zone. Over here we want to declare certain things. So max files 1, right? On drop we handle drop, the function we just wrote, and then accept, right? So over here I'm just gonna add like image slash JPEG, right? And I'm also going to add image slash PNG, right? And now we can use these two props over here to basically create our upload button, right? Before that, let's actually add a little bit of a structure um, in like our UI. So let's start with this div. What this is going to contain is like it's gonna have like where it's full. We're gonna give it like a border at the bottom, so neutral 600. We're gonna give it like some padding on the left and on the right as well, right? And some vertical padding, right? We just want the left padding to be a little bit uh, less compared to all of the other paddings, right? So we're gonna create a flex box, right? And inside this, I want two things. One is like the user information. So if we go back um, and just open Twitter again, you're gonna see that we have like this section over here where we have like the user profile picture over here, right? And then we have like this area where you can write the tweet. So we'll go back to VS Code and over here, let's implement the left section first. So this is going to be, um, I'm just gonna say like worth of 16, right? And then shrink 0, row 0. I'm gonna give it like some margin at the right, flex column, and item center. Right now, once we're here, we can basically add an image over here, right? And um, let's see. So what I want to do is I want this to be rounded full, all right? And I'm gonna give it height 12, width 12. Next, we need the source. So the source is going to be like a profile image, right? Where do we get this profile image from? We're gonna get it inside the props, right? So I'll add it right here and then add a type right here. Cool. Now, I'm going to do the same thing, give it a height of like 1000, width of like 1000, and the actual height and width are going to be controlled from over here. I'll also add an alt tag, the profile pic, right? Okay, done. So this is, I think, all that's needed on this side. Right now, I'm going to create another div over here. Now, this one is basically where you will be typing all of your text. So, typically, you might see like a text area over here, right? But I want to use content editable divs over here, and there's a bunch of advantages as well as like complexities when it comes to using a content editable div for user input. But if you sort of like if you look at like most places, right? Like if you for example, let's do an inspect element over here, right? And let's go over to this block. Let me add this over here. Um, Let me open this div up. And okay. Okay, yeah, here, as you can see, like Twitter also uses like a content editable div, right, for their text box. And you're gonna see this pattern in like a number of places. Like if you open, for example, in the YouTube comment text box, things like that, right? Um, Now, um, one advantage that we're gonna see in just a second of using content editable divs is if you start typing in like tweets, right? So like, hey, and then you keep adding more things, right? The div keeps on expanding, right? Like this is one thing we're gonna be taking advantage of, but there's like other advantages as well, right? There's also a little bit of a complexity compared to using input element or text area element, but I'm gonna explain all of that to you in like a very simple way, right? So first of all, let's go back to our VS Code, and over here, I'm going to make this content editable. I'm going to also add this suppress content editable warning over here, right? Um, okay, now that we are over here, I want to do a couple of things. So first of all, I'm going to add in class names. Class names are simple, so we need full width. Text should be a little bit large. We don't want any outline. I'm just gonna give it like a bottom margin over here. Cool. So now that we are over here, I'll just save this, go back to my browser, go to localhost, right? And okay, so we don't have this text editor inside our index right now. So I'm just going to import this first so that we can see what's going on as we write the code for our tweet for. So I'll just replace this line and say tweet for. Right? But we also need to pass in a couple of things, right? Like this is why I love using TypeScript, right? Like it basically like it's not gonna let you pass by without passing in like all of the needed things, right? So we need a base 64, we need a set base 64, and we need a profile image, right? Like, but we don't even have those things over here. So let's actually go ahead and declare them, right? So I'll go at the very top of this function, right? Like we have these things. We actually have a profile image already in place. Let's actually go ahead and add base 64, set base 64, and just say use state string, boom. Um, and we're gonna fill this up, right? Like we're gonna be using these things. Um, And okay, we also need, let's go back over here, scroll over here. We have a profile image and we have like these two things. Okay, these two are like the image. Okay, cool. So we have like profile image and these two things. This is basically like the image that gets uploaded in new tweet, right? That's what this is. Um, okay, so let's actually go down over here and start adding these things, right? So we'll just say profile image equals profile image, right? Um, and over here, I want base64 equals base64 and set base64 equals set base64, right? Now we can go back to our browser and we see we have like this sort of like area shaping up right now. I can click over here and I can actually write stuff, right? And this is without any input element, right? So this is basically just this content editable div, right? And we can even like add more lines, for example, right? Point a whatever, right? Like you can keep adding stuff. You can add emojis, right? So I'll just try add this, for example, and all of this works, right? Like you can see as we keep adding lines, the div keeps expanding as well smoothly. And we're going to use this content editable div as our text box, right? Now let me go back over here and let's start adding some things to this, right? So the first thing that I want to add is basically an on blur function, right? So something that's very tricky to do is typically you would have like an input element over here, right? Like, and you would have a value, right? Something, and then you would have like an on change function that keeps changing this value. Um, Doing this in the exact same way in a content editable div is pretty tricky. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let the user write whatever they want to write, right? And we're not gonna change any state um, throughout that process. But once the user focuses out of that div, right, which is basically when they click submit or when they click anywhere else or whatever, like anything happens basically on the page other than the user typing something down, uh, this callback function is going to be called. And over here, what I'll say is I want to basically capture. So I'll just write set text over here. Ah, set text, and I don't want any auto imports, right? So e dot target dot inner HTML, right? So this is going to contain like a proper HTML code because we're actually writing stuff inside a div and not inside an input element, right? And we're going to capture it inside this set text, right? Um, where do you get this set text from? Again, we're just gonna add it over here, right? So I'll just, for example, I'll actually just add two values over here, right? So text, set text, this is done. And over here, I'm gonna add text, string, set text, value, string, void, boom. Okay, we are done with like this section and it's gonna basically capture like whatever has been typed inside of this content editable div, right? The other thing that I need over here is like when the user uploads an image, right? Like I want that image to be visible, right? Like um, similar to how it works on Twitter. So over here, what I'm going to do is if we have the image uploaded, we're gonna have something in this base64 value, right? Um, and what I'm going to do over here is just create a div, right? And if this is not present, I'm just going to return null. And over here, I'll just say, I don't know, relative. I'm gonna add some border margin and we'll see how it just goes, right? Over here, the reason I'm adding relative, by the way, is because like each image is also gonna have like a small cross button, so that you can sort of like unselect that image if you want after you've sort of selected it while you're writing the tweet. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to create this is basically going to be like the I'm going to replace this content, right? But this is basically like the cross icon over here. Um, let's actually give it some like styling. So absolute, I don't know, like top 4, right? And then I'm gonna say left 4. So it's gonna be at like the top left corner, or maybe at least. Let me write right 4. Okay. Um, height 8, width 8, flex, item center, justify center, just to keep the cross at the very center of it. Um, right, and I'm also going to add like some other things over here. So, okay, get rid of this. Now, I want this to be a full circle, so round it full. I'm going to give it like a black background with some opacity so that it looks like a neat little close button on top of the image, right? I'm gonna say on hovering, I wanna have opacity 40, right? So a little bit of like when you hover on top of it, it becomes just a little bit lighter uh, and looks good, right? So I'm gonna go with like cursor default. Cool. Now over here, instead of X, I'm going to just use like X mark icon. Yeah, X mark icon, right? Like, what's the X mark icon? We are importing it from Heroicons. You can just check it over here. We have like this nice X mark over here, right? Like we're using this instead of just typing in X. Um, and over here, I'm just gonna write height 4, width 4. Okay, this is done. Now I'm going to add the actual image over here. So let me add all of the things. So first of all, we need the image. So this is going to be base64, right? Then we need some class names. I'm gonna add like a large border radius, and I'm gonna give it like full width. Next, we need height, so 1000, width 1000 again, and alt. I'm just gonna say uploaded, right? So it's gonna basically show this image, and we can't see any of this right now because we haven't added an upload button. So let's go ahead and add that so that we can actually test this out. So I'll just go below this, create another div, and I'm going to add the following class names. So width full, flex, item center, and then justify between, right? And over here, this justify between is going to basically put the upload image icon and the sort of like submit button on two separate ends, on like the left and right ends. So over here, I'm going to just say div, and this is where our drop zone starts coming in. So we actually have like two properties over here, right? We have like an input props and we have root props. So this is sort of like the root div. So we're just going to do get root props over here, And inside this root props, we can actually pass in like extra class names. I'm gonna say hover like 900, right? Otherwise, it's gonna be like white, and I'll just say this one is like it's gonna have like an opacity of 30%, right? I want this to be rounded full. So this is basically gonna become like a sort of blue blue circle with like 30% opacity, right? And basically we are going to um, so we're gonna need actually like a couple other classes over here as well. So I'm just going to write like give it some padding, cursor pointer, and yeah, width of fit content, right? Okay. Now we can go inside. So this is the root div, right? Now inside this, we can actually declare an input element. And over here, um, we can just say get input props. So done, right? And now we're also gonna add like a sort of photo icon, right? Now photo icon basically photo, right? So it's gonna look like this, right? Which is pretty cool. Like this is what we want inside our upload button. Go back over here, class name. I'm gonna give it like this blue color. I'm gonna give it height 6, width 6. Done. The other thing that we need is sort of like the submit button. We're gonna style it in a little bit later. Okay. Okay. I'm going to delete this and see if everything is all right because there seems to be. Okay, no, this is fine. We can save this now. Right, and now we need to pass in these extra props from over here, right? Which is why we're seeing an error. So we need text and we need like set text. Now we don't have both of these, so I'm just going to add another state over here, right? And basically this text is going to contain like everything that like all of the HTML content from within the content editable div, which is where the user will type everything. So, okay, so over here, I'll just write text, set text, use state, string, boom, done. This is going to be the body of the tweet, new tweet, done. Now let's go back to our browser. And okay, so we have some things over here. We've missed some of the styling, but this is basically like the bottom bar, right? Um, so now what I'm going to do is basically okay, let's actually go ahead and like fix this first. So okay, I'm gonna go down here and I'm going to go inside tweet form. Right, and inside tweet form we sort of have like so this is sort of the like the bottom bar over here, right? Like this is the bottom bar, and it actually it's inside of like this is one sidebar, this is one div. It's inside of this massive div over here, and what I want to do over here is just make sure that we are not using any extra flex boxes. Or wait, let me actually do something over here, right? So what I'll do is we have this content editable div right over here, and this one. Okay, yeah, these are all inside of this flex box. That is not gonna work, so let me just add another div over here. And it's gonna wrap everything till here. I'm just going to say flex column, right? And I'm gonna add some gap over here, and let's see what happens. We're gonna go back over here, and now you can see we have like this stuff. I also need to add like something else over here. So let me see. Over here, I'm gonna say flex grow, right? So that it occupies like all of this space. And I believe we added flex grow somewhere else instead. No, we didn't add it anywhere. Okay, cool. Um, okay, that's fine. Now we have like all of this, all of this, all of this over here. And what I'm going to do is basically just say, wait, what does this do? Item stretch, right? Like this sounds good. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we have like the structure in place, right? So we're gonna style this submit button in a little while, but over here we can type some tweets, right? And we have this upload button. As you can see, it has like this um, blue circle when you hover on top of it, and I can click on it, and I can basically just select an image and click open, and now boom, we have it over here. And this is the image that is going to get uploaded when we click submit and basically post this tweet out. And you can see we have like this small cross button over here, right? The one we implemented right over here, right? Like this one, top four, right four, absolute positioning. Boom. This is what this is. And if we click on this, we should basically be able to remove this image, and that's actually really easy to do. So let me just add that over here. What I'm going to say is on click set base 64 to boom. Now we can go back here, and over here what I'm going to do is also wrap this up and just say that, hey, if we have base 64, right, like then I'm gonna display this image, and otherwise we don't need this. Okay, we actually had this already. Sorry. Just remove this, boom, we're done. Now if I click cross, the image is gone, right? Like if I can even go ahead and upload a different image over here, right? So this is looking pretty neat already. We are getting close. We also have our profile picture over here, and we're gonna add some functionality to change that profile picture so that this actually starts looking really good. And you can also see when we scroll, right? Like when we scroll over here, it goes behind our header bar and sort of gets blurred, right? Which is what we wanted. Okay, let's go ahead and finish up this form over here, right? So now what I want to do is basically okay, let's style this button up first. So I want background blue 500, right? If I hover on it, I want the background to become a little bit darker, so I'll just go with this one. Font uh, bold, right? I'm gonna give it a width of 24. I'm gonna give it a height of 10. Flex item center, justify center. I think this is pretty much like more than enough, right? Let's actually see what's going on over here. Okay, so we have this. We also need something else. Rounded full. Boom. Now it looks like a good like the Twitter buttons over here, right? And we're gonna add something else over here. So if I go and look at Twitter, there's basically like Yeah, we're not going to be using like or implementing all of these things. We're just going to be going with like media over here. So I think this is like good enough for now. Now I'm gonna add some on-click functions over here, right? And on-click is gonna do a couple of things. Let me actually just write submit over here, right? Like submit, and we're gonna define this function over here. So let's go back and basically just say async function submit. Now over here, we will actually be doing a couple of things. The first thing we want to be doing is declare a React state, so use state, and it's gonna have like Boolean values, right? And it's gonna start out as false. So this is basically like sending is gonna hit the create tweet API that we wrote earlier, and it's gonna take it can take a little bit of a time, right? So it can take a couple seconds, for example, and during that time you want to display a loader over here. So okay, so what I'm going to be doing is like we're going to be setting this state to true and displaying a loader while the request gets processed. So I'll just write set sending to true. Over here, I can actually do like I can actually do the like hit the create tweet or create post API, right? Like this one. Once this is done, I want to basically set text to blank, set base64 to blank, right? Okay. There's also this other thing, right? Like this is actually not needed because the content editable div over here, it doesn't really care about the text state, right? Um, and that's because this is not an input element, right? So we're gonna have to do something else to reset the state over here, and I'll get to that in like just a little bit. So set base 64, just remove the image, and then finally set sending to false. Cool. Um, what I'll need over here is like a function, so I'll just write on submit for now, right? Like this one is going to be an async function because we're going to be hitting the API, so I'll just write await on submit over here, and what I'll do is I'll add that as one of the props, right? So I'll just say on submit over here, and I'll say on submit, and this one is basically a simple function like this. Done. Um, okay, so this is all we need over here. We're also going to need something else. Um, okay, so this part is sort of done. Like what I want to do now is go inside this button, right? So we have this submit text over here, but instead what we want is like if basically if we are in the process of creating a new tweet, um, what I want to do is like uh, first of all I want to disable the button, right? So if sending is true, disable the button. Secondly, I want to add a loader over here, right? So some loader, and if that's not there, I want to say submit. Cool. Now what we can do for this loader thingy is basically if we go to Tailwind, right? Let's go to Tailwind and there's something called spin animate this one, right? So this is pretty much all we need. So it's basically like just a div that's that has this class, right? Like, and it has some borders, right? and it's basically just using those borders to like it's spinning so it looks like a loader, right? And instead of like writing all of those classes over there, what I'm going to do is just copy it over, because and then just explain it instead of typing them all out, right? So I'll just go back to components, go to tweet form over here, and basically go down here, and this is the loader right here. Copy this and go back to this place. Right now I can add this over here. Right, so all it does, by the way, is we have like a border width of 2 pixels. It has like a height and width of 20 pixels. We have border white, and we have like we've made the top border transparent, right? So when it spins, it looks like a sort of like a disk that has 3/4 in, and it's sort of spinning, right? And we have the border radius to like maximum. Okay, now that this is done, we're pretty much done with like the tweet form, right? Like, but now we need to go back and actually do like connect it to the APIs, right? So over here, we're gonna write an on submit function, right? And what I'm going to do is basically we're gonna implement these functions over here. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is basically we're going to be using the same tweet form for getting the users to enter their replies as well, right? So if they can enter those replies, then we're gonna be needing a sort of like different function over here, and that is why we're sort of extracting it out as a prop. So over here, let me just write something like tweet, right? Like, and let's implement this function. So let's go all the way up over here and just say async function tweet. Now what I want to do and tweet is pretty simple. Like we already implemented the API, so response is await fetch slash API slash post, right? Over here, you want method is going to be post because we're using the post endpoint. Headers. This one is going to have the same content type equals application slash JSON. And now we need to add a couple other things over here. Body, and we're gonna say like JSON dot stringify. We're gonna add our objects over here. So what we need inside the body is basically this part. So we're gonna need text, right? Or we don't actually need the text. We'll just write body text, right? So basically what we can do is we can just open up our schema and see what's happening over here, right? So we need body, we need the image, and we need the user email, right? Everything else can be left alone. So I'll just go over here, I'll say body is text, and what else? So we have like user email, right? And this one is going to be session.user.email, right? And then we have an image. The image is going to be base64 string that we collected earlier. Now this is done. We can go out and we can just say if response.status equals 200. We're sort of done, right? Like, and if we are done, we wanna do a couple of things, right? Like, so number one, we wanna fetch the tweets, right? Because we've added a new tweet, we want the feed to refresh. The other thing is we need to reset the tweet form, right? And we can't really reset the content editable div easily, but what we can do is use a really useful property of React, something that is usually sort of ignored or not put into focus, right? And that is basically using the key property, right? So what I'll do, let me declare a new state over here that says key, right? Use state number and initialize it to 0. So this is key of the tweet form component. Let's go down here, all the way over here, and add this key. Right, so typically we only add this key when we are iterating over an array, right? Like when we are iterating over some array and creating or rendering up some components out of them, right? And we just like to add the ID over here. But there's this unique thing about key, right? Like, so if you change this key, right, it's going to basically re-render this component, right? That's a really useful property of React to know, and we're going to use it because once we re-render this tweet form, it's gonna basically empty out like the image that was there. Like it's gonna empty out the image and it's gonna empty out the content editable text that we had over there. Right, so now I'm going to go over here and I'm going to just say set key to key plus one, right? Boom. And now the form is at least going to reset, right? Like, and all of this is pretty cool. Um, Now let's actually test this out over here. So let's go back to our page. And before I uh, write this, what I want to do is go into our database, right? So we created this database, and if I refresh this, I should see a couple of collections over here, right? So now we can see a post collection and a user collection. Now this collection is right now empty because we haven't created a single post. The users collection has my sort of like user object over here or user entry over here because we have logged in using my Google account. And once we create a tweet, it should show up over here, right? So let's go back over here and let's just say hello world. Click submit, the loader shows up, right? And now boom, uh, the tweet form has reset, right? Like this is now blank, right? And that's because the key has changed. Now let's go back over here, refresh this, and we should see a post, right? Oh, right. Body hello world image is blank, and boom, we are we have successfully created our very first tweet. Now all we need to do is basically fetch the tweets and show them over here so that we have a live feed of all the tweets that have been posted. Okay, so to display every tweet, we are going to make another component. So let's go back to our editor, components directory, and I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name it this, I don't know, tweet box CSS, right? And over here, we will basically be creating this component that contains the body of the tweet, right? And the image, if it has an image, right? And then it should also have all of the buttons. For example, the like button, the bookmark button. There's also going to be like a button for retweet, but that's not going to be functional for this clone. And then if you also want to add some behaviors to it, for example, if you click on the post, we would want it to redirect to a sort of tweet details page, right? A section where you have just that tweet and all of its replies in place, right? So what I'm going to do over here is, first of all, let's just create an empty component. I'll just add default over here, and um, let me first just give this some styling. So I'm gonna start with some padding, and then I want a border at the bottom with um, neutral 600, so this gray color. I'm going to make this a flex box, right? The reason we are making this a flex box is because if you look at any tweet, we basically have like this section that contains the profile picture um, of the person who has tweeted, right? And then we have all of the content over here, right? So I'm going to create one element for this and then another box over here for this, right? Okay. So for the first element, what we need is I'm just gonna give it like a fixed width. So we need to add shrink 0, row 0, and then I'm going to give it some margin at the right. So this is basically, we are simply following the exact same pattern that we were using over here, by the way, right? Like, I can actually just, let me just copy this, right? And this is because we want all of the spacing to be consistent with whatever the spacing was over here, right? We had the same thing inside Twitter form, sorry, tweet form component, right? So we have like this section and then we have like the rest of the section. So I'm going to just copy this over here, delete this, paste this. We need to import image from next image, and we don't have a profile image yet. This is something we are going to receive um, over here, right? So for now, let me just okay, let's just leave it like this, and we'll come back and add this somewhere in the props, right? So we have this um, this is like the first child inside our flex container, right? Now I'm also going to add the second section, which is going to have flex grow. And over here, what I want to do is basically there's going to be two parts to this. Like, one is going to be the area where we have the name as well as the username printed out. So I'm going to use a p tag for this, and over here I'm just going to add font bold, and over here we're going to need the name, right? And instead of actually like doing adding all of like these props, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to consider us getting like all of like the user data, right? So user over here is the person who has posted this particular tweet, and we're going to get all of their information inside user data. Um, so that is one thing. The other thing we're going to need is the post, right? So this contains like all of the like the tweet body, um, as well as like the image, um, the likes, the bookmarks, all of that stuff, right? I'm going to give this some types. So over here, what we want is user data, right? And this is going to have um, the type of user, right? So our Prisma client already has defined a type for user, and it contains the exact same, like it follows the exact same schema that we defined earlier. So we have an ID, name, username, email, created at, updated, all of that stuff, right? Like, so you can simply just use that. And over here, I'm also going to do the same thing for post, right? So we have post over here from Prisma client. Just import this and boom, we are done. Now what I want to do over here is basically instead of saying profile image, I'm just going to write like user data dot profile image. And there we're going to also add a string over here to get rid of that Typescript error. And now what I want to do is, instead of name, I want user data dot name, right? And then So this is one part of it. I also want like the username, right? So over here, I want font weight to be normal or 400, right? Going to basically change the color over here as well, right? And what else? I'm also going to give it like a little bit of margin on the left hand side. And over here, I want to write at the rate and then user data dot username. Cool. Um, okay, now we're going to define or essentially render all of the tweet body, right? So everything we stored from our tweet form, which was basically in like it was in an HTML format, right? How do we know if it was in an HTML format? Well, okay, let me do this, right? So let's go back to our this place, right? And let's say we add we write like a sort of slightly longer tweet. So let me just write like something like hello world. Um, this is point one. This is point two, right? Click submit. It's gonna basically show us the loader and it's submitted it. And now let's basically go back to let's go back to our MongoDB, right? So that we can see what's going on over here. It's just gonna take a second to log us in. And now what we can do is go inside TwitterDB post right over here. And now you can see we have like these divs and like all of these like HTML tags over here, right? Like, so this is the content that we just submitted, right? So this is the tweet we just posted. And as you can see, this is sort of like, this is the HTML from inside the content editable div. So what I'm going to do over here is basically, so what I want to do is I want to basically set the HTML inside of this div, right? So I'm just going to write HTML post dot body, right? And what this will do is it will essentially, if we go back here, it will put this entire HTML inside of this div, right? So it's going to get rendered exactly the same way, right? Um, Now, whenever you're doing this, like the reason it says dangerously set inner HTML is because this can lead to some issues, right? And this can lead to some issues if you don't have checks on what is being fed over here, right? The value that you are giving this inner HTML, right? You could have given a whole bunch of problematic values over here. So it's important that whenever we do something like this, we have checks on the value that is being sent over here. In our case, it's like the post body, which means um, we should just make sure that the tweet form where the user enters this value, right, and gets saved, has like some checks just to make sure there's no like scripting attacks and things like that. But for now, let's just keep this as it is. And I'm also gonna add like some margin at the bottom. And over here, I'm now gonna add like if the post has an image, right? So I'm just gonna say if the image is not blank, right? Then I want an image. Otherwise, I want null. And over here, um, what I'm going to say is, so first of all, I want some class names. So class names is going to be widthful, rounded, Excel, right? And then I'm going to add the source, which will be, as you can probably guess, post image, right? We are also going to need width, so we're going to set a width of 1000, height 1000, alt tag tweet image. Gonna add a string over here. Okay, cool. So this is basically like this portion over here is the name and the username. This portion over here is the body of the tweet. This portion over here is like the image inside the tweet if it has an image. Okay, so now we're done with like this portion. The other thing we probably want to add is um, basically we're gonna add this container for all of the like, retweet, reply, all of those buttons. I'm just gonna say I don't know, like gap 12. We're gonna give it some padding on the top, right? Can add some buttons over here, right? So when I say button, basically what you wanna do is um, so it's gonna have something like this, right? So we want some icons. So first of all, I'm gonna just go for my yeah, I'm gonna choose an icon over here from like my Heroicon package. So let's sort of go ahead with like this one, right? Chat bubble, left ellipsis icon, right? Um, and we're gonna okay, so we're gonna need two things over here. So I'm going to first give it like some height and width, right? But we're also gonna add like the number of replies this post has. So let me first change this button into a flex box, right? So flex items center gap 2, and on hovering, I want the color to change to 500, blue 500, right? And once we're done with this, we can go all the way over here. And over here, what I want to do is just write post dot comment IDs, right? Dot length. So if you remember, basically our schema, right? Or we can even check the same thing over here. We had comment IDs inside our post object or post entry, and this is going to be like a list of everyone who's commented under this post or this tweet, and we can simply just check the length of that array to get the number of replies this has, right? Now we're done with this. I'm just gonna uh, add other things over here as well, right? Okay, so the next thing we need is sort of like this retweet icon. And for that, I'm just going to replace this with like this. Let me go back over here, open Heroicons, and sort of like look at this one, right? So we need something like this, right? And I think there's like a better version of this, right? So arrow path, yeah, we're gonna go with this one, right? So arrow path rounded square. All right, so let's go back to our editor, and over here I'm going to replace this with arrow path rounded square icon over here. And for these two, what we want to do is like they're going to represent the like and bookmark buttons, right? So over here we can, for now, I'm just going to add like heart icon. And over here I'm going to add the bookmark icon, right? But what I want to do is like basically conditionally render the heart icon, right? So if we have already liked this tweet, I would want the heart icon from the solid package, right? So the filled heart icon. And if we haven't liked it, it should show the outline heart icon, right? But for now, let me just add these and check if like structurally we have um, done a good job. And over here for basically, so we're gonna add like other things over here, right? For displaying how many likes does this post have, or how many bookmarks does this post have, because both of them are going to, like, these numbers are supposed to change pretty quickly when you click on this button. So we're going to add some logic over here. For now, let me just write some random numbers over here. So yeah, something like this. Um, okay, and okay, in fact, okay, yeah, this is fine for now, right? Like let's leave it at this. And now what we want to do is, in order for this to show up, I'm gonna go back to my index.tsx, and over here, instead of this list of tweets, we are going to basically do a mapping, right? So till now, I don't think we've fetched all of the tweets yet, right? So what I'm going to do first is write a function to do just that. So get tweets, right? And what this is going to do is it's going to call the API that we created earlier. So slash API slash post, right? And this one is going to be a GET request. Over here, we can go back and check. So basically what we are doing is we are finding all of the tweets from our database. We are ordering them in descending order of their created at timestamp. We are also fetching all of the corresponding user data. We're returning all of that back over here. Right. So let's go back to index.tsx, and over here, if response.status equals 200, we can just say await response.json, and this data is supposed to contain like both tweets and the user data, right? So what I'm going to do over here is to say like tweets set tweets use state. For the type, we can again use post from our Prisma client. And in fact, this one is going to be an array of these posts. So you can just leave it at that. And we also have like tweet user data and set tweet user data. This one is going to be an array of users. Cool. Now, what we want to do over here is basically, let's just check what we have inside our APIs. Basically, once this is done, we get posts and user data. So what I'm going to do is set tweets to data.post, right? So this particular value, and then basically set tweet user data to data.user data. Right now, so what we've done basically is we've fetched all of the tweets, and we've basically set them inside of these states, right? So now what we can do is we can call this function over here first, right? So I believe we had a use effect somewhere over here, right? Okay. So once this is done, right, like we've created, so if this was a new sign up, we created a new user. If it was not a new sign up, we basically just retrieved the username and the profile image, right? But now once this is done, what we can basically do is just say await get tweets, right? And we're gonna add some loading over here as well, because this operation is supposed to take some time because we are supposedly fetching a lot of data from um, from the database. So I'm just gonna add like this state over here, boolean, and we're gonna set it to true, right? So as soon as the page loads, this one is already like we're already gonna show a loader over there, and yeah, once this is done, right? Like once this is done, what we can do is basically set loading back to false. Now, okay, so we have the tweets over here. What I want to do is basically make sure that we have like the list of tweets along with the loader showing up over here. The first thing I want is if loading. I'm gonna basically show a loader over here, right? So okay, let me just define a parent container first. This one is going to be flex. Just press enter. Give it some padding. And okay, if not, we're gonna add the loader over here, by the way. So let me just write loading for now. If not, what we want to do is basically show all of the posts. So if this is not the case, then what we want to do is we put this in another line over here, and now what we can do is we can just say posts, or no, we have tweets dot map, right? And over here I'm gonna basically say yeah, there's gonna be like a value, so we'll just say something like post. This is of type post, right? And then I'm also gonna retrieve the index, right? And once this is done, we can map this over here to our tweet box, right? So tweet box is coming from component slash tweet box, right? The entire component that we just made for displaying all of our tweets. Now we're gonna add all of the props needed over here. So if you hover over it, you can see we need a user data and we need post, right? So what I'm going to do is, first of all, because we are iterating over this array, so we need to add a key. So I'm just gonna add like post.id over here, right? Then we basically need the post. So I'm just gonna add the post, and over here I'm also gonna add user data equals user data, right? Okay, we don't have the user data. That's because we need something like this. Cannot find, yeah, tweet user data, yeah, this one. Boom. Okay, so let's go back and see what's happening. So okay, so we already have like these two tweets showing up, right? And we have like these buttons nicely showing up, starting to look a little bit like Twitter now. Let me refresh this page, right? So we have loading, and then these tweets show up, which is exactly what we wanted, right? So we wanted the loader to be shown like this when the tweets are being fetched from our backend. Once that is done, we show the tweets. Cool. And we have like all of these buttons. Now we're gonna make these buttons functional as well. But okay, so the we're also gonna add some more tweets so that we can see what's happening when we scroll up. But first, let me actually add like a couple of functionalities over here. So let's go ahead and implement the like and bookmark things first, right? So when a user clicks on like or bookmark, the first thing that we want to happen is for this button to get filled, right? So we want this icon to be replaced with their solid counterpart instead of the outline one, right? The solid variant. Um, and the other thing is we're gonna have to change some data in our database, right? So if we go back over here and we hover on post, right? So this is our post, and we have liked user emails, bookmarked user emails, and we're not going to deal with this right now. So what we're going to do is add the current logged in users email inside the liked user email or the bookmarked user emails, depending on what they're clicking, right? So in order for that to work, we also need to pass in the current user email, right? So that is basically inside session.user.email, right? And boom, and we can go back over here and we can add this inside our prop as well. So user email, and we're going to add the type here as string. Done. Okay, now we can actually implement the like and bookmark functionalities over here. So let me save this, go back over here, and the first thing I want to do is basically import like the solid variants of the icons as well. So heart icon, and I'm going to write heart icon solid, and then what I want is bookmark icon as bookmark icon solid. Cool. Next I want to basically implement what happens when when the user basically clicks on like the like or the bookmark button, right? And before that, so we're gonna do a couple of things over here. So first of all, we're gonna implement some functions. So for example, the like function, right? We're also gonna have async function bookmark, right? So these are the functions that we're gonna attach to the on click inside our like and bookmark buttons. But before that, I also want to declare two states over here. So liked emails, and I'm gonna say set liked emails, and over here I'm going to say state an array of strings, and we're gonna initialize this with post dot like user emails, right? Looks like we have it imported use state. Done. Now I'm gonna do the same thing for bookmarked emails as well. Note that you can also use like the user IDs over here instead of like emails, but since we started out with like identifying a user based on their email because of like Google authentication, I'm just gonna stick to that for now. But typically you can just replace like this with user IDs instead of like the user emails over here. All right, cool. So once you're done, I'm gonna add post dot bookmarked user emails, right? Now over here, I'm gonna do a couple of things. Okay, let me just create like a new liked user emails object over here, right? And if post dot liked user emails dot includes user emails. So what we're trying to find out if is first of all, um, has the user already liked this tweet or not? Like, and if they have liked this tweet, their email is going to be inside the post dot liked user emails array, right? So we're checking for that. And we're gonna create two cases based on this. So if they have already liked this email, then what we want to do um, is actually so over here we want to remove the like, right? And over here we want to basically, so we're going to implement this part first. Over here what we want to do is add so new is dot post dot like user emails, and we're gonna add user email over here, right? And over here what I'm gonna do is basically just say new like user emails equals post dot like user emails, and I'm going to filter this, right? So we're going to use, yeah, we're going to use filter over here for this. What I want is basically all the emails that are not equal to user email, right? Let me actually add some console logs here so that we can see what's going on. Cool. Now once this is done, what we're going to do, the first thing is we're going to set this inside our state so that the button numbers can get updated quickly, right? And then we're going to send a REST request, right? So I'm going to explain this flow in just a second. Let me first write down the code for sending the request, right? So for this, we're going to need another API that we haven't created yet, right? So what we want to do is like create an endpoint, API endpoint for liking a particular tweet, right? Changing the database numbers such that the current user's emails gets added to the post liked emails, liked user emails um, value, right? And over here, I'll just write this going to be a post request, right? So it's gonna have headers, and this one is going to be content type application slash JSON. Over here, we're going to have a body. So JSON dot stringify, and um, we're just gonna give like post dot ID over here, right? That's what we need to identify the post inside our database, and we're going to send the liked user emails with this new value, right? And once this is done, we're gonna check if this worked, right? So response dot status equals 200. We are going to set liked emails back to the updated value from the database, right? Cool. The reason we are um, the reason we are doing it like this, right? So what we are doing over here is, first of all, we're checking if the user has already liked the email, right? If yes, we are updating the state over here. We're updating this state so that the changes get reflected in our button down here, right? In the icon and the number over here, they get reflected immediately. Once that is done, we send a request to our like API so that it can make changes inside our database. And um, if the changes do get made, nothing is going to change because data.post.like user emails is going to contain the exact same set of user emails, right? That we set over here. But for some reason, if it did not work, right? Like we're gonna basically um, we're going to set the this state liked emails back to what it was, so that the user knows that there was, for example, a network issue or anything like that, and when they clicked like, it did not actually get registered, right? So over here I'm just going to okay, we haven't defined data, so I'll just write that down yet. Response dot JSON. Cool. um, Okay, once this is done, um, so this is sort of like what is going to happen when we click like some. Now let's change like this like button over here. So I'm going to go down here and just say like emails dot length. And over here, I'm going to change this icon to something like this. So what we want is if the user has liked um, if we're going to determine if the user email is inside the state liked emails, and I'm just going to define like a quick function over here is liked, and what this is going to do is it's going to return liked emails dot includes user email. Great. Now let's go back over here and say is liked, right? If true, we are going to use the solid icon with the same height and width. If not, we're going to use the outline icon over here, right? And this number is gonna also update pretty much immediately. Now, in order for this to work, we need to create our like endpoint and we need to link this function, right? So what I'm going to do is go over here and say on click is basically like and I'm also actually I'm gonna do another thing over here. Let me just leave it as it is right now, and we're gonna add functionalities as we proceed. But for now, basically this points to like. So now the next thing we're going to do is create an endpoint, and we're gonna name it like.ts inside our API directory. So over here, the first thing I want to do is basically like copy this stuff, right, to create a function for a protected API route. So we're over here. This is cool. This is done. Um, and now what I want to do is if request dot method equals post, because we're only accepting post requests over here, right? If this doesn't work, then I'm just gonna say uh, something like I'm actually not gonna return 200, right? I'm just gonna say correct request. Okay, over here, what we want to do is pretty simple. So we're gonna say const post equals await prisma dot post dot update, and we need two things. Which post do we need to update? The post with this ID, and then we need the updated data, which is going to be, we just need this little bit, body dot like user emails. Done. Now once this is done, what we can do is we can just say res.status 200.json, and we can just say I'm just going to add a message here as well, and I'm just going to say post. Cool. So now the API is ready, and we can go back to over here. What we can do is, let me just first refresh this. We have the loader, we have the tweets coming in. Now we should be able to click here, and as you can see, it immediately gets updated, right? The icon gets filled, the number gets updated, and the request is sent after that. Once the request is sent, we can actually go back to our database and we can check if like that really worked. So I'm just going to refresh. I'm going to go to MongoDB and refresh um, my page. And okay, so now if we look at this particular post, we can see that we have added our email to the liked user emails, which means the functionality worked, right? But we, instead of waiting for the request to get completed and the database to get updated, we actually updated this area first. And in case the database doesn't get updated for any kind of like network issue or any API issues, we like this number would have gone back to zero and the icon would have gone back to like the outline icon, right? Uh, Pretty cool. Now we are going to basically do the exact same thing for the bookmark button as well. So let's go back to Tweetbox, and over here, I'm going to basically copy this function first and just say bookmarked. Over here, this is going to be bookmarked emails. I'm going to create a similar function over here. Let me just copy this and just say bookmark. Bookmark is declared. Okay, we already had a function. Okay, cool, done. Um, Now over here, what I want is new bookmarked user emails. We're going to change it. Let me just copy this, right, and change this everywhere. Right, and over here I'm going to say bookmarked user emails, and instead of hitting the like endpoint, we're going to hit another endpoint called bookmark. And over here we need set bookmarked emails, bookmarked user emails, right? Done. So that's all. That's pretty much all the changes that are needed. Okay, we also need like some other changes over here. So instead of liked user emails, we need like bookmarked user emails, right? And we are going to copy paste this in all of the places, like so. Okay, looks like we're done. And we can do the exact same thing. What I'm going to do is add this as the onClick function. So bookmark onClick equals bookmark. And over here, we're going to replace this icon and just say is bookmarked bookmark icon solid, and add the class names h5, w5. And we can now replace this number with bookmarked emails dot length. Okay, now let's go to our API directory and create another file called bookmark.ts, and let's copy. Okay, I messed something up. Let's copy everything over from the like endpoint and just change a couple of things over here. So instead of bookmarked emails, liked user emails, what we want is bookmarked user emails. Bookmark user emails over here as well. And that's pretty much it. We're sort of done. Let's go back and see if we can bookmark something, right? So let's click on bookmark. Okay, for some reason it triggered this as well, so that means we've missed something. Let's go back to our tweet box component and check what's happening over here, right? Okay, this is why we actually triggered the liked emails update as well, because we need bookmarked, set bookmarked emails over here. Let's just go through this one line by line just to make sure we haven't missed anything else. We have this, bookmarked. Okay, let's go back. Let's click on this bookmark. Okay, now this works perfectly. If we click back on it, it basically unbookmarks it as well, right? And we can go back to our database and refresh this page just to verify that our data has been updated accordingly. So if I go to my bookmark user emails, like this one is now bookmarked, right, which is this tweet, and over here we basically have an empty array, so this one is not bookmarked anymore. Cool. So now we have completed the like and bookmark functionalities. The next thing we are going to do is basically going to be the tweet details page. So what we want is if we click on any of these tweets over here, it should open up that tweet along with all of the replies in this layout, right? Great. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is go back to our editor, and we're going to create a new directory inside our pages directory, right? And this one is going to be named tweets or just tweet, right? And inside this, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to name this tid in square brackets .tsx, right? So basically, if someone clicks on a tweet, we want to change the URL, right? We want to go to something like /tweet / the tweet ID, right? Something like that. And in order for that to work, we basically need a new route that we've just created. So let's fill this up now. export default function tweet details and fill it up with this. Great. Now, the first thing I want to do over here is, um, okay, let's start by defining like some of the structure. But before that, what I want to do is retrieve this TID over here. So this TID represents the post ID, and we're going to use this ID to fetch all of the details, all of the replies, and all of the images, like everything related to this tweet from our database. So let's just first get this TID. The way to do that is by basically using um, um, not request.query, router.query, right? We don't have a router object yet, and we're going to define it over here using the use router hook from NextJS. Great. So now we have like the TID with us. What we can do is we can use this TID to get data from database, right? Using an API. Cool. Now let's get back to these divs, and over here we're going to basically do a couple of things, right? So first off, I want to say it's screen overflow y scroll, and I'm going to have this as flex grow because this is going to be um, like this entire area, right? Like apart from the sidebar. So sidebar, like we have a parent flex container over here, and basically the sidebar has a fixed width and everything else is supposed to be occupied by whatever is there on this particular route. So over here we're gonna write flex grow, give it a black background and a font color of white. Now let's go inside this and declare another div width 100% flexbox, and inside this, so this is basically our header, and what I'm going to do over here is just declare like um, the center portion of the header. What do I mean by the center portion? This portion, right, where home is written, and instead of home we're gonna write like tweet over there, and we're also gonna add a back button. Okay, so let's define border neutral 600, give it like padding on the left and right side, and okay, before this let's actually render this page, right, so that we know what we are doing with our CSS. Let me just write this, all of this is fine, let me just write tweet over here. Cool. Now I'm going to go back to my index.tsx, and over here we are going to do what we're going to do is we want this tweet box to be clickable. So I'm going to just say on click equals, and this is how you can programmatically change the route, right? You can just do a router.push, but we don't have a router yet, so we're going to have to declare it at the very top over here. Const router is user router. Let me actually put this above. Right, so now that we're here, we want to go down, and over here I'm just going to say slash tweet slash the post.id, right? So this is the exact route we want the user to go to once they click on this, right? This does not have an on-click function yet, so we're going to define it over here. So I'm just going to say on-click, and On click is basically this function, right? And now what I'm going to do is over here, I'm just going to write on click equals on click. There's something else we want to do over here. So one problem with the code right now is if the user clicks on this entire box, right, like, or if they click on any of these buttons like or bookmark, they're also clicking on the parent div, right? So it's going to trigger this on click along with this function. So we don't want that, and the way to do that is by wrapping this up in a function and just saying we're going to receive an event over here, a click event, and we're going to say stop propagation, right? So what this does is if you click on the like button, for example, it's not going to register or it's not going to perform the on click action for the parent container, right? Like that click does not propagate to the parent container. And we're going to do this exact same thing for our bookmark click function as well. So replace this with bookmark and boom. Okay, now what we can do is over here we can just write TID, right? And now if we click on this, you can see that it loads up the tweet details page. Right now this page does not have a lot, so it just has tweet and the ID. But as you can see, the URL has changed and we have fetched that ID over here. We're going to use this ID to get all of the details back from our APIs. Great. So now let me delete all of this and now we can make changes over here and see what's happening over there. So over here, the first thing I want to do is like declare a sort of header. And for that to work, okay, let me actually add the header tag first. So header, this one is going to be widthful. Okay, let me actually just copy some things over from our index.tsx, right? Because we've already declared the header and stuff over here. It's just that we don't really need the sticky header over here right away. We can actually make it sticky. Um, but okay, let me just copy this first. So if we go over here, we can see that we have a flex grow parent container over here within which we have like a header. That's the first thing. So I'm just going to do this over here, right? And I'm going to replace this with tweet. Now if I go back, I have this header box over here, right? Now one thing I want to do is basically if we go over here, I want to have a button over here, right? Like this button is basically a sort of back button, right? Over here. And instead of this having a back symbol, what I want is sort of like an arrow. So I'm going to go back to Heroicons and just say, we're going to go with like arrow left. Let me just see what's happening over here. So if I click on anything, we have like this arrow, right? This is the arrow we want to copy. So we're going to go with like arrow left. Let's go back here, go back to our editor. Over here, I want arrow left icon. I'm going to give it great. And what we also want to add over here is like some gap between these two so that it looks neat. And yeah, this is already looking pretty okay. I'm going to add some on-click functions and stuff over here, but before that, let's actually okay, let's actually add some styling first, right? First thing I want to do is make it a complete circle, surround it full. We're going to give it some padding. And when someone hovers on it, I want like there to be a light gray circle to appear. So we're going to give it a background color of white and add opacity of 20%, right? So if we go back and we hover, we can see a small circle coming up over there. We can actually test it with a lower opacity, right? Awesome. Um, okay. Now what we want to do over here is in if someone basically clicks on this, I want them to go back um, to the last page. Basically, do the same thing as what happens when you click back on your browser. And the way to do that is pretty simple. You can just use this router object and call dot back on it, right? And let's go back to our browser and see if it's working. So if I click, we are back to our home page. If I click on another tweet, this tweet's URL loads up, and we're gonna add all of the details over here. Okay, great. Okay, so we're done with like this section, like the header section. Let's go and see what else we have over here. So the first thing I'm going to do is basically just copy these three divs over here. So below header, we're gonna go ahead and add these divs. We need another one. Cool. Now over here, we're going to add all of our information. So the first thing we need, so we're gonna do it like this. Like we want the tweet to be displayed first, then we want a sort of tweet form for posting replies under this tweet, and then we want all of the replies to be listed down below them. So let's do it in that order. All right, the first thing I want to do is basically have like, let me just write these down, right? So we have tweet, um, so, and then we have like tweet form for replies, and then we have all of the replies. Cool. So in order for us to display all of this information, we are going to have to fetch it from our database first. And in order for us to do that, let's start by doing a couple of things over here. So the first thing I want to do, apart from like this router stuff, is actually get our session object, right? Because this is also a page which can't be accessed without the user login in. So we're going to have to fetch our session object to check if we are logged in, right? And if we are logged in, we should get back our user details. So use session, we're going to set required true, and I'm going to import this hook from NextAuth. Now, what you can do is if status equals loading, you can just return a div that says I am not loading, right? If not, we are good to go. But over here, I'm also going to create a use effect, and I'm going to write status and session over here. This is very similar to what we've done in our index.tsx page. And we are pretty much like, we're going to follow the same format in all of these components. Right, so over here, I want to basically fetch the tweet details and replies. Okay, so I'll just declare an async function first and call it from over here. Now let's fill this function. So if we have session and I'm gonna add two conditions over here. So if this is not loading, authenticator and loading have no overlap. Let's get back to that. But what I also want over here is like if TID is present, so I'm also gonna add this, right? So in case this is a like this is an TID is empty, we can't really load any tweet details, so we want this. And over here, okay, cool. Now what we are going to do is we're going to fetch all of the data. And for this, we're going to create a separate endpoint, right? And what I'm going to do over here is just add the TID in the API path. So we're going to say TID if response dot status equals 200, then we get the JSON from the response, and we're going to just follow the similar format as our other APIs because we haven't created this API yet, but we're just gonna return it in a very similar format, so we can just write the code for handling the response right away. Over here, what we want to do is basically store the response in some state. So let's declare some state over here. What we want is post set post. Okay, let me check. Import use state, import post, done. Now, what we want over here is also the user data, right? So the user data basically over here means the user that has posted this particular tweet or post, right? Set user data is use state user, done. Now over here, what we can do is set post to something like data.post, right? We're gonna return it in this format. Set user data to data.user data. Done. We are also going to add like a loader over here. Um, and for that, okay, so we're also gonna need like some more information over here, but let's just start with this bit. So let's create this API endpoint now. And in order to for us to do that, what we are going to do is go inside our API folder. We're going to create a new um, file inside a new folder. So tweet slash tid.ts, done. And over here, we're going to handle this API endpoint, right? Um, okay, so what we want to do inside this is first of all, I'm going to go ahead and paste this starting section. Cool. So now this route is also protected. And then what I'm going to do is get the TID from by doing this. So equals rec.query. Now we have the TID, so we can basically just fetch this post from our database using Prisma. So prisma.post.find unique where ID equals TID. Okay, if we are able to find a post, we will basically also find the user for this post, right? It's like the author of this post. So I'll just say await prisma.user.find unique where email equals post.user email. Now, if we can find the user as well, we should basically just return all of this data. So we're going to say status 200, and over here we are expecting a couple of things. So message done, and then post, and then user. Cool. Over here we mentioned user data. Let me replace this with just user. Once we are done with this, we can return back, right? If this does not work, we're going to say res.status. We're going to not return like 200 and just say user not found. I'll just say post found, user not found, right? Something like this. And if we're over here, we can basically just say, like, if the post does not exist, we can just basically just say res.status 201. You can just write a message post not found. Done. Okay, now let's go back to our UI, and we have the post data, we have the user data over here. Based on these, we can basically what we can do is we can basically start adding some details over here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to replace this part, and the easiest way to do that is by basically saying if we have post and we have user data, I'm going to display a tweet box, right? And over here we're going to say post equals post, user data equals user data, and we are going to not allow anyone to do an on click over here, so I'll just add an empty function over here. We also need the user email, so we're gonna add user dot email, and we're sort of done, right? I'm just gonna add the null in the other case. Let's go back to our browser, and as you can see, we have like our tweet over here, right? Like, so let me go back. So if I click on this tweet shows up, right, along with all of the like, bookmark, everything, right? Now, I'm gonna basically fill this up with like a tweet form and like the replies and everything else, right? So let's go back over here, and let me first go back to index.tsx, and over here I'm going to copy like this function, this div over here. This div basically represents whatever happens over here. So we're going to fill that up so that we don't have to worry about it afterwards. So we have this, we're going to add it right below. Oops. Yeah, now we have like this section in place and it has its own border. So now it looks a little bit neat. The next thing we need over here is like the for, right? So over here we need the tweet form, right? And now tweet form needs a bunch of things over here. So let's actually declare those things. So we're gonna need, if we go on this, right? Like we have a bunch of things over here, and we also need a key, right, to reset the form once the tweet has been submitted, or in this case, the reply has been submitted. Let's go back over here and start declaring these things, right? So text, set text, use state. Actually, let me just go over here and like instead of typing them all out, I'm just gonna copy the bare minimum needed over here. So we have a profile image, we have a base 64, we need this. we're gonna copy all of this over here, and yeah, I think this is sort of enough. Let me paste this over here, save this for now. So let's start adding stuff, right? So what we need is we need a key. This is going to equal to key, text equals text, set text equals set text, and base 64. This is for the image, right? Because we can upload images inside replies too. So set base 64, set base 64, and now we need a profile image equals profile image, and we also need a couple other things. So now what we need is an on submit function, right? And I'm also going to change like the text of the button over here. So instead of this submit, I need a button that says reply. So we're going to fix that as well. But okay, let me just add a couple of things. So let me declare a function over here, async function reply. And we can go over here and say on submit equals reply. And something else I'm going to change over here is if I go inside tweet form, I'm going to add another prop at the end that says label, right? And this one is going to be a string. And now what I'm going to do is go all the way down here, and instead of this submit, I'm going to write label, and I'm going to go back to my index.tsx, go to where my tweet form is, and over here I'm going to write label equals submit, right? And inside our tweet details page, I'm going to write label equals reply. Now if I go back, we can see we have a reply button over here, but if we go back to our home page, we have a submit button over here, right? Now let's fill the rest of it up. So we need this profile image and all, but we don't really have the profile image at the moment. So we're gonna have to load that bit of data as well. And for that to work, what I'm going to do is basically use the user API endpoint that we created earlier. So what I want to do over here is we fetched the post details, and now we're going to fetch the user details. So once this section is done, I want to basically call another function that says get current user. So let's define this function over here, async function get current user, and over here what I'm going to do is use our user API. So const response equals await fetch slash API slash user. And if you go and look inside our user API handler, we have the following. So we need the email inside the get request query param, right? And we're gonna find out the current user from the DB and return it inside this user object over here. So let's do that. And for that to work, what we need is const params new URL search params email, and this one is going to be again session dot, or let's just write session dot user dot email, right? And what I'm going to do over here is just add a question mark over here and add params, right? Once this is done, we can check if the status is equals to 200. If yes, what I'm going to do over here is we'll just check. Okay, first of all, we'll get const data equals await response dot json if data dot message equals, let's go back over here, if it equals user found, right? Like if it's in fact, we can actually like deal with like both of these cases over here, although this one is um, yeah, like let's deal with this one first, right? So let's say user found. We're gonna go ahead and say set profile image to data dot user dot profile image. Done. Okay, now once this is done, right over here, what we wanna do is also get like the comments, right? But for now, let's sort of leave it at this and see what's happening. So if we go back over here, we can see that this image now shows the blank profile picture image that we have set because it fetched it and set it as the state. Okay, great. The other thing I want to do is basically fill in the reply function over here. So reply is going to be very similar to the create tweet function, right? Except that we're gonna have like something, we're gonna add a parent ID because like this tweet has a parent, right? It's a reply. So let me go back over here and copy everything from this function, right? Once this is done, I'll just go over here, paste, and we're gonna add some extra things. So body, image, and user email are as it is, and we're gonna add a parent ID. Now this parent ID is going to be the TID, right? And once this is done, we are pretty much like, yeah, this function is sort of ready. The only other function remaining is basically a function that gets all the replies or all the comments, like, let me say replies over here. Okay, so for this one, what we're going to do is, let me just write const response is await fetch slash API slash comment, right? And const params is new URL search params. Over here, I'm just going to add a sort of TID. Cool. We already checked this and this and this, so this is fine. Let me just add params over here. And what this endpoint is supposed to do is it's going to give me all of the replies for this particular tweet, right? The tweet with this particular TID, right? And we haven't created this API endpoint yet. So let's actually go ahead and do that. So inside API, I'm just going to click create a new file called comment.ts, right? And over here, let me just okay, let me do one more thing over here, right? Because when we're fetching tweets, so when we're when we have a get request, what we are doing over here is we're basically just fetching all of the tweets, and we want to do the exact same thing, except that um, we want to basically fetch all the tweets with a certain parent ID. So let me just copy all of this, go to my comment.ts, paste this, and over here, what we're going to do is delete this because we're not handling a post request over here. And yeah, over here, I'm going to write where parent ID equals TID, right? And what is TID? TID is basically just, let me just write it over here. Um, So this one is like request.query.tid, right? And I'm going to just add tid over here, a comma over here, and everything else pretty much remains the same. We're going to return back posts and user data. Okay, let's save this file. We can also add another check over here with respect to like if the request has a TID parameter or not, but let's leave it like this for now and go back to our UI. So we're gonna go to tid.tsx, and over here let's see what we can do, right? So if response.status is equals to 200, what I'm going to do over here is basically just say const data await response.json, right? And over here I'm just going to set replies to all of the posts that we get, right? And what I'm going to do over here is that we haven't created any state for this, so replies set replies. This one is an array of post const reply user data set reply user data use state done. Now let's go back over here and we want to set reply user data to data dot user data. Okay, now we have all of the replies over here, and what we can do is we can just use this function to list out all of the replies over here, right? So let's first call this function, right? So once we've received like the user details, I want to get the replies as well, right? And I also want to basically I'm also gonna add a loading parameter over here, because we're gonna be fetching a whole lot of information, and I want to set a loading state which is set to true while all of this is being fetched. So use state boolean. I'm gonna set it to true by default, and okay, over here I'm going to, once this is done, I'm going to set this to false, right? Okay, and once you've replied right over here, I also want to call get replies over here, because we want to refresh the list of replies because we've just sent a new reply, right? So this is cool, this is done. And over here I'm gonna actually add set loading true. Now we can go back down here and we can basically just list out all of the replies over here, and that's pretty simple to do because we're going to follow the exact same format we did for our feed inside our index.tsx file. So I'm just going to say post of type post, index of type number, and I'm gonna map it to basically this tweet box over here, right? And now tweet box needs a bunch of things, starting with key. So we're gonna say post.id, and then we need the actual post. So over here, I'm just gonna say post. We need the user data, reply, user data, I, and then we need on-click function. So over here, You can actually just leave it blank for now, right? This basically means if someone clicks on a reply, it doesn't open its own sort of tweet detail page. So for now, we can just leave it to blank. We also need the user email, which is going to be session.user.email. Okay, done. There seems to be one error somewhere. Okay, replace this with index. Done. Okay. Now let's try posting a reply, right? So let's say I'm gonna just write that's great over here. Click reply, and as you can see, the reply starts appearing over here, right? Pretty cool. And what we can also do is, by the way, like we can add images over here. So like um, here's a reply with an image. And I'm gonna click this and select like anything over here. Let's say like this image, right? And as you can see, the image opens up as well. We're gonna click reply, and it's going to take a second and just post the reply with the image as well. So we can not only just upload images in our tweets, we can also upload them in our replies because it follows the exact same structure in our database, right? Pretty cool. The only thing remaining over here is, as you can see, we haven't updated like uh, this number, right? Like this should get updated to 2 because we have 2 replies over here right now. And that is something we're going to fix right now. So what I want to do is basically um, once someone sends a reply, so we're doing two things over here. Number one, we're basically um, so what we're doing over here is we're creating a new post inside our database with like a certain parent ID. So that marks a reply, but we also need to go ahead and add um, this tweet's ID, right, inside the comments ID section of our parent tweet. What do I mean by that? Well, let's go back to our post API, right? Like over here, API slash post. So we are over here and we are creating this thing, right? Now we're done with this, but what I want to also add over here is which.body.parent ID, right? Which means this is a reply. Um, and in this case, what I want to do is I want to get the parent. So let's say parent equals Prisma dot post dot find unique, and I want to say where. And over here, I'm gonna say ID is request dot body dot ID, right? And this is going to give us the parent tweet. Now, what do we want to do with our parent tweet? Well, what I'm gonna say over here is like if parent dot comment IDs dot includes, I'm gonna say post dot ID because like this is the comment we just posted over here, right? So if um if this is not the case, right? Like if this is the case, this is highly unlikely by the way, but if this is not the case, it already has like it doesn't already have this comment ID inside of its like this post ID inside of its comment IDs list. We are going to add it over there, right? And we're going to say um first of all, if we can find a parent, I'm going to add a lot of checks over here just to make sure like things like some edge cases aren't missed out. But if we have a parent over here, I'm going to just say updated parent and um, await Prisma dot user, not user, post dot update where ID equals parent dot ID, right? And data equals this. So comment IDs is basically parent.comment IDs, and we're gonna add post.id over here, right? And once this is done, right, like this entire thing, yeah, we can just go back to we can just say done and like return the comment right over here. So um, right, so now if right now like there's one problem over here, like we posted two replies, right? And as you can see, we are scrolling up, and like this is again having that blur effect, right? Everything is going behind the header and it's a bit blurred, which is cool. But what I want to do now is basically like these two replies were posted without this code, right? Like where we updated the comment IDs, which is why the parent has like zero comments, so to speak. Um, so what I want to do over here um, is basically let me go back to my MongoDB over here and refresh this page. Great. So now we have like these two comments or these two replies over here. I'm just going to delete them. No, not this one. This one. Delete. Great. Now, what I'm going to do is basically refresh this page as well. And we have no replies now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just say like post reply again, right? Like which is um, like 100% over here. Now if I click reply, it's gonna basically take a second. Okay, looks like something went wrong. So we're gonna have to check. Image is missing. Required source property. Okay. Okay, I wanna see what happened with the request. Yeah. Um, okay, so now we have like an issue over here with our updated code. So we are over here, right? And mm, request dot body dot parent ID over here. This is what we want. Okay, let's go back and okay, this is now done, but I want to know what happened. So let's go back to our DB and check what's happening over here, right? So let me refresh this page. MongoDB pages don't have an auto refresh, so you're gonna have to refresh this every time you're checking something. Um, and we have like this tweet over here, right? And this doesn't have any comment IDs, which means like our code didn't work the way we wanted it to. Let me delete this again and go back over here, refresh this, right? And just add, here's a reply. Click reply. And now we have a reply over here, right? And if we go back to our database, refresh this, you are going to be able to see this comments ID, right? So now we have like this is the same ID as this, right? So it basically has this list of comments or list of replies for this particular post, right? And we have it attached over here. So now we can use this comments ID to basically change the number over here, right? Like if we have three comment IDs over here, that means we have three replies. So we should replace this number with three. Let's go back to our code, go to components slash tweetbox over here. And this is what we had written, right? Post comment IDs dot length. The only problem is like when we posted, so what's gonna happen over here right now is yeah, we never refreshed this data Now it has refreshed because we switched back to the browser. So we can see a reply over here. We can also go back and it's going to show like the same reply over here, right? Like this one. If we click on it, here's the reply. Great. Um, but we didn't refresh this data right away, which is why it basically um, it basically took a while to sort of like change this number, right? We're gonna fix that soon, but for now we have like this feed going on, and we have the ability to reply to a tweet, we have the ability to like a tweet, we have the ability to bookmark a tweet, right? um, Great. Now let's go ahead and build our bookmarks section, because this is going to be pretty fast. Like it's very similar to this one, except that we don't even have this tweet box over here, right? We just have a list of bookmarked tweets. So yeah, um, great. So now what I'm going to do is go over to my pages directory, create a new file that says bookmarks.tsx. Oh, I forgot. We have already created this one somewhere, right over here. Yeah. And we have bookmarks. We just have like this empty-ish div over here. And we're going to replace this, right? And this time it's going to be fairly quick because we can just go copy things from over here, right? Like copy the basic structure from over here. So what I want is I'm going to copy all of this and then just modify it. So let me, right now over here, we don't need like a lot of things. Um, so let's start solving these errors one by one. First of all, we need the router from the use router hook. Done. Next, we need to replace this with bookmarks. The back button works as it is. Next, we don't need this tweet over here, right? Like, so we don't need this, and we don't even need a tweet form for replies. So let's just get rid of that. Now, instead of replies, what I want is like bookmarked tweets and bookmarked tweet user data. Yeah, I'm just gonna write it like this. Cool. So let's go ahead and add those things as well. First up, it's actually instead of typing all of that out, let's just copy the relevant bits, right? So we need this over here. We need to import the use session hook. Let's go back. Now we need these two things as well. Let's go back over here. And instead of this, what I want is bookmarked tweets. Set bookmarked tweets. And I'm just gonna copy it from over here. And I'm going to import useState. Great. So now we have this. I'm also going to import tweetbox over here. And we're going to write some more things. So first of all, since we are using session, we need to make sure that we are like authenticated. If you're not authenticated, it's going to show a loading screen over here. So this is sort of done. We also need to import post from Prisma client over here, and user again from Prisma client over here. They take care of the types, and now we need to actually fetch these bookmarked tweets, right? That's all we need to do right now. So over here, what I want to do is I'm going to have a use effect sort of similar to this. So copy this over here, import use effect, and we have like loading and stuff over here, and we haven't used the loading in our over here as well. So let me actually take care of that as well. But basically, what you want to do over here is copy this line, right? And then over here, I want something else. So I don't want these TIDs. I don't even have a TID over here, right? So I'm going to just remove this, and I don't need like the current user as well. Or do I? No, I don't. So I'll get rid of this, and I don't need this stuff as well. So let me get rid of that. And instead of get replies, I have like get bookmarks. This is what I need. Done. Now we're gonna implement this function async get bookmarks. Okay. Now this is where we need to fetch all of our bookmarked tweets. So in order to do that, what we're going to be doing is we need we need a couple of things over here, right? Like so we need to basically what we're going to do is if we go and check our database, right? So we have this thing called bookmarked user emails, right? And it's going to have your user email if you have bookmarked this particular post or this particular tweet. So we're going to be fetching or we're going to be using that inside our API, right? And for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just use um, create a new endpoint. So this one is going to be called /API/bookmarks, right? And what I'm going to do over here is also pass in like the user email. So I'm just going to say const params is new URL search params, right? Over here, I'll just add email equals session user dot email string. And now we can just append this at the end of our API endpoint. So plus params. Now, if we get response.status equals 200, we can basically get the JSON out of it. And then what we can do is set bookmarked tweets to like data.posts and set bookmark tweet user data row data.user data, right? This is all we need, at least for the moment, and we can after this, like after we're sort of like done with this, we can set loading to false, and we're gonna use that to display our loaders later on. Done. So once this is done, what we need to do is go inside our API folder over here, and we're going to basically for some reason, okay, I believe we already have like an API endpoint over here. Let me just check what's the error first, right? Seems to be an error somewhere. Arrow left icon, okay. Import this, done. Now let's go back to API/bookmark.ts, right? And over here, what I want to do, so we have a post request over here, right? Like we're using this post method to bookmark any tweet on behalf of a user, right? But we are also going to need another thing over here. So if request.method equals get, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const email is request.query.email, right? And now I'm going to basically fetch all of my like bookmarked tweets, and the way to do that is basically just say const posts is await prisma dot post dot find many, and over here we're gonna write where bookmarked user emails as the email, right? So what this means is bookmarked user emails is a list or it's an array, right? So we want to get all of the posts where this array has the email sent in our request query. And this is the way we can do it in Prisma, right? This is why we're using Prisma. It makes our code so much like easier to understand, right? And after this, I'm gonna do the exact same thing that we have done whenever we have fetched posts, which is basically get the corresponding user data. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this stuff, go down here, paste it, right? Nothing new. All we are doing is just iterating over all of the posts that we found and getting their author user data, right? And like we're returning all of this response over here. So we're pretty much done with this. Now we can go back to our browser, click bookmarks, and basically like we have the bookmarks header ready, we have the back button, and now we need to like fetch now we need to fetch we just need to call our API. So let me go back to bookmarks.tsx over here, and okay, so we have this code sort of ready, and um, we aren't seeing, so this is basically bookmarks over here just to keep the comments consistent, but we aren't seeing anything over here. So let's check what's happening. Okay, um, slash API slash bookmarks, even this responded with like a 404, which is weird. Okay, let's see what's happening over here. It seems to be fine. If we go back up, we should see slash API slash bookmarks. This is okay. We go back over here. We have request method equals get. We have the email, and we have like all of this method over here. So this one is cool. Let's go back. Let's go back to our homepage and click bookmarks again and just see what's happening. Console.log. Okay. Looks like we're sending like some sort of an incorrect. We have like email over here. This is fine. And let me just check what we're doing over here. Go to bookmarks. This is fine. Response headers, request headers. We have like all of this. Like we have the NextAuth cookie over here. So this is good. All of this seems to be fine. We just okay, I think I know what's happening. Like there's a typo over here that's not bookmarks, it's just bookmark, right? And now if I go back, I can see my bookmarks. Cool, right? So this is the one tweet we bookmarked. If we go back over here, we can see like this is the one tweet we bookmarked. Let's also bookmark this one for now, right? And now we have these two tweets. So let's go back to bookmarks page, and we have these two tweets in our bookmarks page, right? So all right, so we have the bookmarks page ready. Let's go ahead and build the profile page next, right? So to build the profile page, we're going to go inside profile.tsx. Right now, we just have this empty profile over here, right? And this is what gets shown. So we have this profile, but instead of that, we're going to basically make it a lot better. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy pretty much like everything from over bookmark. About that, there seems to be one error over here. Cannot find name. Cool. Go to profile.tsx and basically paste all of it here. Right. I'm going to change this to profile. And now we need to do something different, right? So we don't need the bookmarked tweets. We need all of the tweets of the user themselves, right? So we're going to change a couple of things first. First thing I'm going to do is just add profile over here instead of bookmarks. And if we go back, we can see that now we have profile header over here and we have the bookmarked tweets. So we're going to change this section. And for that, what I'm going to do is we want a section over here that basically displays the profile picture, the name and the username, and it allows us to change the profile picture, right? So it allows us to upload a new image over there um, um, for the profile picture, right? And for that, we need to use the use drop zone, right? Like React drop zone that we were using in our index.tsx file over here, right? So we had sorry, in our tweet form, right? So if we go to component slash tweet form, we go over here, you're gonna see that we had declared like these two things, like a handle function and some and the use dropzone hook, and this is what we used to create the upload button. And we're gonna do the same thing right now, but in a slightly different format. So let's go back to profile.tsx over here. And now what I'm going to do is we have this header. This is fine. This is fine in and of itself. Before, so over here, I'm going to replace this with like user tweets, right? And we're going to modify this later on. And over here, what I want is basically like the profile details. Okay. So what I want over here is basically I'm going to create a div. I'm going to give it a border, the border neutral 600, and I'm going to give it like a padding of 4. Right. Next, what I'm going to say is basically um, I'm going to create the image upload button over here, right? And for that to work, we need to go back to tweet form over here and copy these two functions. So profile.tsx, we're over here, we're gonna change all of this stuff later on, but let's just go ahead and copy these two, right? And we need to import use dropzone, and we need a state to store base 64, set base 64. Done. Um, so now we can use these two, like this, these two props to create an upload button. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to write over here is I'm going to create a relative, because what I'm going to do is display the image and then add an upload button on top of it, right, at the very center. So we're going to do relative, and we're going to say flex justify between, right, and inside this I'm going to add a div, and over here I'm going to say get root props, and inside this we can declare some classes. So here I'm going to say absolute top 9 left 9. And I'm gonna say hover bg neutral. Let's go ahead with like a darker gray version over here, right? And I'm going to also say hover bg opacity. I'm gonna set this to like 30%. Rounded full. Give it some padding. Cursor, pointer, and yeah, this is all we need. Now let's go inside this and basically create an input element. Over here, we're gonna say get input props, and we're gonna add like a camera icon over here. Camera icon is again imported from Heroicons, so that's pretty convenient. H6, W6. Cool. Okay, now that this is done, we want to actually display the image as well. So import image from next image over here. We're gonna write base 64, right? And over here, I'm going to say alt file picture width 1000 height 1000, and then some class names, and over here I'm going to say width 28, height 28, rounded full, right? So the reason we have like width 28, height 28 over here is because like we're basically, so this our mounts like 112 pixels over here, right? And then we've given it we're basically, what we want to do is like we have this camera icon of like 24 pixels plus basically the padding over here, which is like, why is this not showing up? Okay, it's inside this one, but it's basically like 4 pixels, right? So we're gonna have to center this camera icon button thingy over here, like this upload button, inside this image, which is why we're using this relative parent div. Okay, now that this is done, I wanna actually do a couple of things over here. So the first thing we want to do is basically, instead of doing this get bookmarks thing here, we can just keep this as it is. But I want to fetch the user details first, right? So get user details, and over here we can go all the way up over here and declare a function that says async function get user details. We want to get user details, we'll just call /API/user, and we're going to add some params as before, and the params are basically new URL search params. Okay, we imported something else. Yeah, search params email session user email. Done. Now once you have this, what you can do is if response dot status equals 200, const data equals await response dot json, and now we can basically fill in like all of our data. So we're gonna actually add some more states over here. So I'm gonna say const name set name use state string const username set username use state string empty string. And what we can do over here is we can just go down over here and set some things up. So set base64 as like data dot like user dot profile image, set name as data dot user dot name, and set name as data dot user dot username. Use this over here. Right, so now that this is done, yeah, this is all we need from get user details now. And how is this working up? Because we're using /API/user, so we can go inside over here. And as you can see, what happens is if it can find a current user, like it just sends back all the details, right? So we're reusing the same API endpoint. This one is also protected as we implemented before. And let's go back to our profile over here. And this is saved. Let's go back to browser. And as you can see, we have a blank profile picture, right? The blank underscore pp dot webp. So we have like this over here, and we also have like this nice little camera button over here. We can actually click this and we can upload a different image, right? And if we go back to our code and check the handle drop button, it basically sets base64 as the new image. So if I click over here and let's say add this profile picture, it's going to change that picture, right? And now we can upload this picture to our database to change the profile data as well. Great. Let's go back to our code and fill in like the rest of the things. So what I want to do over here is we have like this stuff over here, like we have relative, all of this is okay, but below this I want two things. So okay, one of them is going to be basically, so I'm going to just define two p tags over here. And I'm going to write name and username over here. And I'm going to append this with @. So now we have like our name and username over here. I'm going to add some class names to style this up. So text, self, font, bold, and I'm going to give it some border margin. You can come over here and just give it like text neutral font, right? Looks much better now. The other thing that I would probably want to do is also add some border margin right over here, right? It looks a little bit neat now. Great. Now what I want to do is also add like a sort of like save button over here. So if we change the profile picture, we should be able to save we should be able to upload that to back to our database and save it. And the way we can do that is by basically adding a button somewhere over here. So I'm just gonna go over here and add the button, right? This save, and I'm going to make sure that this is like all lined up. This seems to be in line over here. I'm just going to say item start. So now this is all the way up there, and I'm going to basically style this button up. So over here, what I want to do is like worth 24, height 10, next item center, justify center, and then like DG blue, fine red. And I'm gonna say rounded full. So looks much better now. And instead of just saying save always, I want to basically I want to do something over here, right? So what I'm gonna write is like another function that says update profile, right? and await. And this one is going to be a post request. So it's going to have some headers, content type application / JSON. We have a body JSON.stringify, and over here we're gonna set profile image. We're also gonna actually, so if we go back to our user endpoint over here, what it does is like if you send a post request, if you already have, if you can find a user with that email, we're gonna update that user. Otherwise, we're gonna create a new user, right? So we're gonna be going for this one. And let's go back over here and let's just say email is session done. So what I want to do is like once someone clicks, I want to actually just add another state over here that says updating, set updating equals use state boolean, and I'm going to write false over here. What we're doing is we're going to set updating to true, and once we're done with this, like it's going to return like a 200 response over here. We can just verify that response. Okay, let's just write set updating to false, right? And when updating is true, I don't want to show the save button. I want to show a loader over there. So I'll just go down to this part, and I'm going to say if updating is true, I want to basically show a loader over here. Otherwise, I'm going to say save. So loader can be taken up. We already have a loader defined somewhere here. Sort of go down. Okay, we're gonna have to go inside our tweet form. Over here, if we go and click see this button, so we have this loader over here, right? So we're just going to copy this, go back over here and replace this with this. Great, now the only thing left is on click equals update profile. Great. The other thing that I want to sort of do is like once the profile is updated, I want to actually refetch both of like all of these tweets, right? And for that, we need to actually first fix this logic, right? So instead of get bookmarks that we have somewhere over here, instead of get bookmarks, what we need is get user tweets, right? So we'll go back over here, get user tweets, and okay, so if we want to get tweets for like a particular user, we're gonna have to create an endpoint for that as well. So let's actually save this for now. Go inside our API directory, inside our tweet directory, create a new file over here that says user.ts, right? And over here, what I want to do is basically, so I'm gonna start with this, right? Instead of starting with a blank, I'm gonna copy this, paste it over here. We don't need any post request over in this endpoint, but when it comes to like the get request, instead of doing this bookmarked thingy over here, what I want to do is basically I want to say where user email equals request dot query dot email, right? Or we already have like this parameter. Great. Once this is done, we can just leave everything else as it is, and we can go back to our profile.tsx, and over here and we're gonna say tweet/user, and we can rename these as well, so we can just say user tweets, user set user tweets, right? Go down here and set this to set user tweets, right? And then go down here and set this to user tweets, right? And I'm going to change this one as well. So instead of saying bookmark tweets user data, I'm just going to say user tweets user data, and change it over here as well. So go down here, so this to user tweets user data, and then we can go down here and change this one as well. Right. Now if we go back over here, we have like all of our tweets, and let's try changing our profile picture, right? So I'm going to change it to this one and click save. It shows me a loader, and then what it's going to do is it's going to refetch all of these tweets. Okay, we haven't added that logic yet, so let me go ahead and add that. Once we are done with this, what I want to do is await get user tweet, not user detail, user tweets, right? So if we refresh this, by the way, so we haven't added the loader yet, but as you can see, my profile picture has changed in all of the tweets, right? Let's try doing that once again. So let me switch that up with like something else over here. Let's say like this one. Click save. So it's gonna send the profile picture, and boom, all of my profile pictures are changed, right? And they're also changed over here, by the way. Right? It's changed over here, and once all of the tweets get loaded, they are changed over here as well. So now we have like a functioning profile page, we have like a functioning bookmarks page, and we have like the feed view, and all the tweets with their replies, likes, bookmarks, everything, right? The only thing we need to do is like a bunch of polishing changes to make this UI a little bit smoother. But before we do that, what I'm going to do is add a logout button over here, right? Because that's the only thing missing in our sidebar as of now. So let's go to components / layout.tsx, right? And over here, what I'm going to do is like, I'm going to add a button. So we had already implemented the sign out button at the very beginning of this video, by the way, right? I'm just going to implement this over here with like some better styling. So add these classes over here, and logout buttons are pretty simple, right? Like all you need to do is call sign out, which is a function you import from NextAuth. And once you're done with this, you can basically just add an icon over here. So I'm gonna go with like this. There's this neat little icon for like logout, right? This one, arrow left on rectangle. We're gonna go with this one, arrow left on rectangle icon. Class names h6w6, and I'm just gonna say logout over here, and I'm gonna copy the same class names, right? Like, so just say text lg, and then like font inline flex on large screens, and then font light. Great. Now if we go back over here, we have the logout button as well. If we click on this, we get logged out right over here, and we can sign back in with our Google account, and we are taken back to our home page after the login. Great. Now let us do some polishing changes to make the UI a little bit smooth with loaders and things like that. So let's add some polishing changes that we missed here and there, right? The first thing that I want to do is add, we declared a loading state um, in different places, for example, in our profile page, right? But it doesn't really do anything because we're not really using it for any purpose, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a new condition over here. Says if we are loading the page, what I'm going to do is like I'm going to copy this much, paste it over here. Cool. Now I'm going to just add basically a new div over here, and this div is going to have padding of 8, flex, item center, justify center, and I'm just going to write loading over here, right? If you go back, click on profile. Okay, so we need to fix this a little bit, but we're gonna do that in just 1 second. So the other thing that we need to do over here is like we're gonna have to add, like we have this bit, so we have this border, but we wanna contain this loading in this section, and for that to work, we're basically going to go down here, copy this div over here, and I'm going to basically paste it down here, but above that I'm just going to create another div and give it width full and flex right, and this one is supposed to have, it's supposed to be something like this, right? So I'm just going to add this stuff over here. Okay, and what I'm going to do over here is just say, okay, we have padding, but I'm going to say min right screen, right? And I'm gonna say relative minus top 16. Just check what's happening over here. Okay, this is not the one we need. We need it over here. Relative minus top 16. Right, and cool. So now we have like a nice loading thing over here, and then the profile loads. Pretty cool. The other thing we want to do is over here in the bookmarks, right? There's blank, and then the tweets come up. So let's go back. We already have like a loading state defined over here, and we're gonna do something very similar over here. So let me just add a space over here, copy this, go to my bookmarks, go over here. Now we can see a nice loading screen over here while the tweets load, right? The other bit is basically when it comes to like this, right? Like, did you, I'm not sure if you noticed, but if you click somewhere, you can see there's like a bug over here and then over here while the image loads, right? To fix that, we are going to go into these sections, right? So I'm going to go first into index, and over here, we are going to go into profile image, right? So this, we're going to change this to blank, right? So the default blank profile picture, right? We're gonna do the same thing over in tid.tsx, right? So we have this profile image over here. We're gonna say slash blank. Cool. Now let's go back and see what's happening. So we sort of have like this actually I'm also gonna give it the same value over here, blank underscore pp dot dot. Okay, not this one. This is the image that gets uploaded, so we don't really want it to have anything over here, but everything else is just fine, right? So the blank profile picture comes in first and then it gets replaced by your profile picture. Same thing goes on over here. It's blank and then it gets replaced by your actual user profile picture stored in the database, right? Now this looks a lot better. There's one more thing I want to do. So when we tweet something out, what we're basically doing over here is let's go back to index.tsx, right? And when we tweet something, what we're basically doing, we've missed two steps over here. So number one, the submit button over here, right? Like on submit, we run this function tweet over here. So what we should probably do is get tweets after we've submitted, right? The other thing that we should probably do is set base64 to basically a blank over here, right? And then so this is reset the uploaded image, right? And this one is basically reset the content editable div. So now if we go back and let's say we want to tweet something, right? So there's like a tweet with an image. I'm gonna click, I'm gonna select an image over here, right? If we have a bunch of these, I'm gonna select this one. Pretty cool. We have like the close button and everything. Click submit. And now it's going to take a second to upload everything, right? And we see this loader in the meanwhile. But what it's going to do, okay, it's taking a little bit, yeah, it took a little bit of a time. But basically, um, like we refresh all of the tweets, right? Like we refresh the tweets and your new tweet gets shown over here and then the loader vanishes and your tweet form resets, right? So this is exactly what we want so that the user doesn't feel like their application is stuck, right? Like they know that their tweet is getting uploaded and once the moment they see their tweet in their feed, they can like the tweet form resets and it looks much better, right? We can actually load the same tweets, right? And as you can see, we initially have like a blank profile picture over here as well, and then it gets replaced with the actual profile picture. So that is pretty neat. And we also have like we have the loading screen over here. We can replace this with like a skeleton or sort of like a spinner or anything like that. But basically, what you can do, and this one, by the way, this one was a reply, right? Like you could reply to replies as well because this is also a tweet. So you can keep replying to replies recursively, right? And chain things up. Um, and yeah, this sort of like this pretty much completes the basic functionalities that we had in mind. And one more thing I'm going to add over here is we're going to go to our tweet detail page, so tid.tsx. And over here, inside the reply function, we're also going to do something similar. So I want to set base64 to like blank, right? So this is the same logic as what we applied over here. Like we need to reset the uploaded image we need to reset the content editable div, right? And we also need to do something like this. So we're gonna go into tid.tsx again here. What I'm going to do is, so we're already like when it comes to fetching the tweets, we're already doing this stuff over here. I'm gonna just push this on top over here, and something else I'm gonna do over here is we are basically going to fetch the tweet, like the parent tweet details again. What do I mean by that? Well, if we go over here, we have like this function over here. I'm gonna extract this out, um, this stuff, right? So I'm gonna extract this out into another function. So get tweet details. Okay, and I'm gonna just write await get tweet details over here. So this basically sets the post and the user data, and I'm gonna call this function over here again. Right, so I'm gonna say await get tweet. Now, what does this do? Basically, if you go on like any of these tweets, right? Let's go on this one, like our very first tweets, and now I'm gonna give it like a reply over there, right? And I click reply. What it's gonna do is it's gonna keep this loader alive, and it's gonna render the reply over here. It's gonna change this number, right, that we updated. So when we fetched tweet details again, we refetched all of this data, right? And therefore we have like this number got updated from 0 to 1, and then we reset this tweet form, right? So this looks much better than what we had earlier, where basically there was a gap between these updates happening, and it almost felt as if the um, app had gotten stuck, right? Cool. So now we are done with all of the functionalities, right? We have like our feed view. We have the ability to post tweets, upload images inside tweets, like tweets, right? Like um, uh, and all of this stuff, right? Like we can bookmark tweets, and we can reply to tweets. Then we can also, by the way, add as you can see over here, we can also add images in our replies, right? And then we have like this nice bookmarks section where we can see all of our bookmarked tweets. And then we have basically a profile section where we can see all of our tweets, as well as like we can change our profile picture. And then we have like this nice logout button that's going to basically log us out. And the last thing that I'm going to do is just style this sign in with Google button. And for that, I wouldn't recommend styling it yourself. Like you should basically, like, there's a couple of standard ways to do it. And I've basically I've copied this from um, someone's documentation, and I'm going to use the exact same styling over here, right? So I'm going to go to pages, login, and you can reuse this button the same way in your applications as well. So I'm just going to copy this, go back to my code editor, go to my login.tsx file, and I'm going to replace this button with this, right? So it does the exact same thing. We are signing in Google as the provider. We pass in the provider, we pass in the callback URL, and yeah, we basically, the rest of it, we basically have an image uh, for the G logo, and we're taking it directly from developers.google.com. And yeah, we can now go back and see that we have like this nice sign in with Google button. We can click on it, it signs us back in into our homepage, and we have our feed over here. And that's pretty much it for this video. If you've stuck around for so long, thanks a lot, and thanks a brick ton for the support on my last video. That was really overwhelming. I'm gonna keep creating more of these with new concepts so that we can learn new technologies and frameworks and tricks together. I'm going to be uploading all of this code onto my GitHub. The links are going to be in the description. I'm also going to link all of these documentations over there and add all the timestamps. And yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. Like the video, subscribe to my channel for more content like this. And thanks a lot.